internet girl in charge works just fine. The Wi-Fi network is a Radisson Guest. For all our guests visiting us today, the network is Radisson Guest. You will not be asked for your blood type, origins, lineage. There are no passwords to that. It's just the network. The ladies and gents are adjacent to the reception area. Day one of our conference set a very inspiring tone for us to build on today. We dove deep into ethical considerations for effective oversight and compliance. We explored innovative practices, shaping the future of good governance. Collaboration and empathetic leadership were key to that. Our speakers provided us with a wealth of knowledge, practical strategies that are being pursued by each in their various disciplines. And of course, they left us with enough room to introspect and to ponder on what truly is required to carve out the next 30 years and beyond. And in doing that, naturally begin to positively shape the future of our country, and do it in such a way that will inspire those who are to follow suit. I must say that a lot of it sounded like it had to do with our own inner engineering work. All of it, of course, done with the idea of enhancing the capacity and effectiveness of our institutions. We have quite a comprehensive agenda together this day. Our speakers, moderators, panelists, and scribers are on standby to contribute to this wonderful, informative day. But before we begin, I would like to turn your attention to the two screens behind me, because we are about to share a video that will begin to just highlight the journey and the impact of the public protector in South Africa. Please enjoy. Okay, I know there's a lot going on here. I am not the video. But all right, while the technical team is working on that, perhaps we move on to the next agenda item, and then we will, oh, there we go. A point of correction, it was meant to read the 1st to the 3rd October 2025. If you come 2023, we won't be there. Thank you to the team for that visual depiction of how far we have come. All right, we're now moving into what is called plenary 4. And this is a plenary that will be moderated by Ms. Phumeza Mafani, who is the Executive Manager in Complaints and Stakeholder Management at PPSA. Can we give her a round of applause, please, as she makes her way up?
Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Tsakane Maluleke, the Auditor General, who will be joining us shortly, Mr. Andries Paske, the German Ambassador, the Regional Representative for the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Ms. Jane Marie Ongolo, all heads of and deputies of ombuds institutions, speakers of various metropolitan councils, Ms. Yolisa Makasi, Director General of the DPSA, Dr. Robert Nkuna, Director General of the DPME, Professor Tuli Madonsela, the Director of the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University and the former Public Protector, will also be joining us shortly as well. Representative of the World Bank, representatives of various civil society and anti-corruption bodies, good morning. As I have been introduced, my name is Phumeza Mafani. I'll be moderating this session, and I would like to call my panel members to come on stage. It is my pleasure to be moderating this session this morning with the DG, Ms. Yolisa Makasi, who's an activist bureaucrat. He started her career in 1996. She wants me to stop there, so I'll stop there. I don't want to be fighting with her. Yes, she holds various master's degrees from the University of UK in Manchester in public policy. So that I needed to mention, because it's really important that we know we do have very educated people in this position. I'll call upon also the DG in the office of the Premier in the Gauteng province, Mr. Edward Mosue. That's enough, okay. I'm being intimidated here. And Ms. Kavisha Pillay, who's the Executive Director of Code SA, which is Campaign on Digital Ethics. She's also a counselor on the Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. I'm pleased to host you this morning. So the topic that they will be presenting on building state capacity through oversight measures. Could you please tell us how you want to do that, or you want to advise us to do that? And probably in your speech, tell us what is state capacity, what is expected, what is the ideal state capacity, and what is expected when we do perform this oversight. Thank you. You want me? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Can I rise on all protocol from yesterday and this morning so that I don't spend more time? So I'm very worried that she's asked me leading questions. I don't know if I'll respond to the leading questions, but I just have some few notes Don't worry, it's not long. So I just wanted to first just acknowledge the partnership and the work that has been done by the team, led by the public protector, supported by DPSA and the EU, for us to be where we are today. For us from DPSA, this is a very critical conversation because the issues of state capacity go beyond just national and provincial government departments, which is the responsibility that we have in terms of our legislation. It's more critical for oversight bodies as well, because indirectly or directly, we have an obligation to work with oversight bodies, to support oversight bodies whilst they are oversighting, they are exercising their oversight responsibilities over us as a department as well as DPSA. So this conference takes effect at an opportune moment as the government is going through strategic sessions to develop the 5-year programs and annual projects. And this is against the backdrop of the medium-term development plan, which is a 5-year program of the 7th administration. And the person who's leading the processes is here, my colleague, Dr. Robert Nkuna, who will not allow us to go on Christmas holiday unless we submit the strategic plans that we are required to submit to departments. And what is important this work is that key issues of basic service delivery or basic delivery of services and how this should be measured and considered in terms of the intended outcomes, and more importantly, what we seek to achieve in terms of improving the lives of the people. What this conference is teaching us, Madam Chair, is that overseeing functions and compliance by government agencies is an essential element of the 5-year strategic program and the annual performance plans. In essence, this means the government departments must, in the planning processes, determine outcomes, evidence, and impact of their planning programs. In other words, as the bureaucratic establishment plans its programs, it must equally consider deliverables and impact. If we miss considering the impact, what are we going to report after 5 years? And what are we going to, when we interact with the oversight bodies, account as work that has been done so that they can exercise the oversight? Discussions and deliberations from yesterday by the MPSA, the Public Protector, the National Chair of Provinces, Professor Makanye, amongst others, including the Speaker, and all the colleagues who spoke, indicated the vitality of oversight of the compliance measures as one important key puzzle in the completion of state capacity. Service delivery planning must inherently include evidence of basic service delivery and evidence of importance on the intended beneficiaries. As a department that deals with setting norms and standards for the public service, one of the observations that we have made is the need to cut the red tape. Unfortunately, compliance brings lots of red tape. I think how we do compliance, it brings lots of red tape. So we have to continuously challenge ourselves, including the oversight bodies. How do we ensure that we reduce red tape? How do we ensure that we integrate reporting? How do we ensure that we piggyback from reporting processes and systems that are already in place to enable us to do our work? Our modern state in South Africa must be scientific in its approach, it must be evidence-based, and it must be professional. Therefore, all aspects of the state, from planning, implementation of programs and annual plans, oversight and compliance, needs to be evidence-based in terms of both the process and outcomes. In essence, this means professionalization of the public service must inherently permeate all aspects of the state. Professionalization of the state is not a new phenomenon in South Africa, and globally in any case. Since 1994, with the democratic government, a number of attempts have been made to professionalize the state through a number of interventions. I will just mention a few without going into detail. One of those is the promulgation of the Public Service Act in 1996. the white paper on Batupile, which was focused on really ensuring that public servants focus on delivering services to the members of the public in a manner that is professional. The framework on delegations of decision-making and operational matters in the public service, which we monitor on an annual basis and we issue reports. And you'd see if you follow our engagements as DPSA that part of the amendments that are proposed in terms of our Public Service Act in respect to professionalization deal exactly with issues of delegations, amongst others. The Public Administration Management Act, which seeks to create or to walk towards this idea of a single public administration where there's clear integration and working together between the different spheres and levels of government. And more importantly, the introduction of the senior management service in the public service. It was an effort aimed at ensuring that we have a capable cadre at the level of senior management that is able to lead and deliver accordingly in terms of the responsibility. One other aspect that we don't talk much about in terms of professionalization is the ethics and the integrity aspect of, and this is work the DPSA has done long ago. I think it's in 2014 when the DPSA introduced the integrity management framework for the public service. And this has resulted in a number of interventions, things like the lifestyle audits, the processes for remuneration outside of the public service, and a number of other interventions and discipline management issues. And recently, the professionalization framework is approved in October 2022. I am highlighting these areas because I want us to think about professionalization beyond just a focus on HR and qualifications and merit. That is important. Meritocratic recruitment is important. There's no negotiations about it. A capable a public service, especially HR, because they are the drivers of the work that takes place in the public service. The enablers of that work is very important. However, beyond that, you cannot think about professionalization without looking at the entire system, because the system has different components. Some of those components I've mentioned here. Just coming to the issue of professionalization of the public service through the oversight bodies, I think it is appropriate that the National Assembly, the SALGA, have accepted and adopted the professionalization of the public service framework. In the rollout of the framework at the oversight level, the following issues would have to be unpacked. What is the quality of the oversight function? What should the institutional arrangements of the oversight state look like and manifest itself? Last but not least, what requirements should the members of oversight institutions fulfill? From this conference, it does appear that the oversight measures, compliance, and impact on the intended beneficiaries are an essential basic service delivery ecosystem. This means the planning processes of government departments must build within the plans the evidence they will represent for service delivery, and they must be willing to present to the oversight bodies such as the National Assembly, the provincial legislators, the public protector, the Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, and the impact on citizens should be measured and qualified. In this regard, a professionalized public service institution should consider the following elements: the institutional character of an oversight institution in terms of its governance, leadership, management, processes and systems; the institutional membership in terms of academic qualifications and ethical disposition, as well as member functional specialization. As I move to conclusion, Chair, I want to highlight that performance oversight and compliance measures are an essential element of state capacity because it entails the following elements of state capacity: a willingness to account by both the political executive and senior administration on the veracity of the policies, strategic program, and annual program. The program planning and execution must be subjected to rigor
of appropriate methodologies and implementation. I always say I don't think we do this part of rigor much in the public service. I think there's still space to really go deeper into rigor. The kind of plans that we issue must have gone through very rigorous processes. The oversight institutions must in itself be scientific and professional in carrying its oversight roles and responsibilities. As a user, as a department that relies on some of the reports of oversight institutions as part of developing norms and standards, we review the reports, we look at what are the significant gaps and etc. that we have to close. So we rely on reports of the Public Protector, we rely on reports of the Public Service Commission, we rely amongst others on reports of the AG. Not that we don't rely on others, I just want to mention those three. And I can tell you that I have noticed with the reports of the Public Protector. So for me, I always say that don't give people the thumbs up when they are dead. Do it whilst they are still alive. I have noticed a significant improvement with the reports of the Public Protector in terms of usability of those reports from our side and the kind of recommendations and the rigor that those reports have gone through. Of course, the AG's office as well, we rely extensively on the outcome of audits and how we support departments to improve on certain areas, and we have ongoing engagements with the AG and an MOU. The Public Service Commission, every time, Professor Makanye, when I speak at the DPSA, I always say, if you want quality research reports, go to the Public Service Commission. This thing of going into a workshop and coming back and saying you are releasing a research report should not apply. There must be rigor in research report. There's a science that informs research. And I do want to give a thumbs up to the Public Service Commission because we use their report a lot, and I can confirm that the reports are quite useful. Lastly, oversight measures are an essential part of state capacity. They test the veracity of the plans and ensuring and the ensuing programs, the basic service delivery outcomes and the desired impact. Given the complexities of the modern state, oversight bodies need to be professional in their application. The more the professional bodies are, the more capable we are likely to build on the capacity of the state and for the capacity of the state to emerge, because those are the guardrails of our democracy to ensure that there is no abuse at any level of the democracy itself. But if those institutions are weak, I think Shamila yesterday spoke a lot, Advocate Shamila spoke a lot about what happens when institutions are weak or when institutions are weakened, and we have seen partly with the state capture and other processes, what happens when institutions are weakened. So on that note, I do want to appreciate a good working relationship we have with the Public Protector. And I think it's a model of how institutions can work together. Every time the Public Protector has an inquiry that relates to the Public Service Act or the norms and standards or the public service regulations, they write to DPSA for an interpretation. In terms of that regulation, in terms of that standard, and we always prioritize them, because who's going to delay the Public Protector and end up on the wrong side? But the most important thing around that is the cooperation and avoiding duplication. So investigators at least should not waste their time interpreting something that there's already an interpretation that you can access from another state organ. So on that basis, I just want to say thank you very much, and we really appreciate to be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. On that note of acknowledging the PPSA report, I'd like to give a special recognition to our Public Protector and her leadership in that regard, as far as making sure that we have good reports out there that are appreciated. So on the protocol, I also want to say thank you, Public Protector, for that leadership. And I also want to acknowledge actually the leadership of the PPSA, including the CEO and the COO and all the senior investigators and chief investigators that are here today. I think it's good to get a feedback from a different perspective, that your work does not go unnoticed, and also for helping actually also being part of organizing this conference. So I want to acknowledge that as well. DG, you mentioned the issue of evidence-based plans and decisions, which links directly to the next topic that speaks on the use of technology for data decision making, monitoring, and improved service delivery, which Mr. Edward Musua will take us through with the assistance of Kavisha Pillay, just to tell us how do we validate that data before we even use it in our decision-making processes, and how to make sure that we use that evidence effectively as these oversight institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And let me also rise and stand here on the established protocol. I thought the best way to demonstrate, when you talk of technology, let it not be airy-fairy. I thought I would want to project just to give a sense of some of the elements that we talk about. And hopefully, after this, we will be able to engage. From a Gauteng perspective, when we talk of a data-driven decision-making process, but more centered on service delivery, it is in this context that we're talking to a citizen. So we want to, from the office of the Premier side, just to give you some, and not all, but I thought I would enumerate and pull out some of the technology developments that we had done in Gauteng as a means of impacting on aspect of service delivery. We are talking here to issues of geospatial planning and how, because here's the issue. If you talk of a data-driven system and technology, but you do not know the people to whom you must be rendering a service, it also creates a problem because you may end up in one area and leave the others. So the Office of the Premier in this particular regard would be using a number of systems. And there's a system that if you were to come to the Office of the Premier in Gauteng, you will get to see how we then interface with our communities right up to the street level. What that system allows us to do from a technology point of view is that a resident of Gauteng, be they in Sidibeng, be they in Tshwane or anywhere else in the province, they are able to call in, log a complaint, even if they have municipalities. If they go through that system, which we call a citizen relationship management system, we are able to get it, to get that information. And this system helps us then to identify and get to know where the challenges are. If you are to look, and this is just broadly an outline on how we use it as a basis for communicating. The Office of the Premier becomes central in the management of the data that is provided for, but it also helps us as a center of government to help interface with municipalities, with national departments and all other relevant SOEs, government departments, and NGOs and so forth. This is just by the design. When you talk of technology, technologies would be there, but it depends on what type of information you would want it to give you. Because you can have any other type of system, but in this context, when we designed our client relationship management system, we said, let there be a single point of entry. When we talk about integration, you will never, if many people have different and multiple systems, and people are all complaining about the same thing, you are likely to have a number of complaints at different, and if you are unable to integrate them, then it also then creates a problem. So we're using this system for a single entry point of view. But secondly, that it also allows us, so technology has an advantage that once you have given the data and input, you are able to get a 360 view of what the citizens are complaining about. But thirdly, that we can then talk to issues of the insights that that information provides. So you will see on in this context, it begins to give you a sense of the three levels at which we have been using this particular system. And this is just but more of a technical to demonstrate that we have evolved this system over time. That between 2010 and 16, it was a voice-only system. It moved on to use voice and email. It has moved on to use voice, email, USSD, and we are moving into artificial intelligence, so that we also migrate and move in time with the with technology. You will see over here and we call it an artificial intelligence powered omnichannel, and it gives you the different elements and components that help to talk about. What does this do? If you then talk of a data-driven system that helps with service delivery, we are able to get different levels of analytics. It helps us to ask different questions and therefore be able to respond to what the communities would be asking of us. Now here, when I say it's a data-driven and we want to be seen the evidence, what you see over here is that it gives you a map. So for every report that you get, we are able to plot it at the level of the ward. We are able to plot it at the level of the street. And we then also are able to plot it. We then know which municipality it belongs to. Because we would get to know what each one of those would be talking to. For example, on the right side, it may not be as legible as here because it's quite small. At a particular point, when we had load shedding, and this is but one as an example, we were able to pull out power outages that were prevalent in the province. We were able to pull out burst pipes, so people are able to report a burst pipe. We're able to pull out block sewage, water outages, no water supply, and all of these different. And in our view, if we have this data, it then begins to give us a sense whether upon repair, are we able then to see how far we would have come in responding to issues of people. But that is one aspect of how a data-driven system in our context is able to assist us manage and see how whether the plans that we have put are able to respond to what we have in our plans. An important aspect as well is how we also use, from a data-driven approach, the geo-information systems that will enable us to visualize spatial data. And what you then get here, what this geospatial system helps us to do, three things. One, it will be able to help us improve on service delivery, but also helps to monitor on the development of projects. We now know South Africa has this new phenomenon of construction mafias and related matters. Now, using a geospatial data systems, we are then able to know which of these projects are delaying, which of these projects have been halted, and which of those are progressing. But finally, I think it also, a system like this is not a paper-based. That on a paper-based system, technology has an advantage that once it is programmed, what you put in is what you will get out from a business intelligence. Ordinarily, if you are to be using paper, the tendency is you can change it, depending on who of the accounting bodies may be wanting to come to you. And I think this is where the technology aspect becomes important from an oversight. So these are the different aspects that I've spoken to, and I don't need to be talking to that. What I want to show, as a result of the GIS system, which is a tool in technology, we are able to also special reference the budgets that we allocate. When we go to do our plans and do budgeting, we use this and determine, if you say you are going to be running a project in X place, let us see if there's a concentration of plans in this area or are they spread across? So we are able to do special budgeting as a result of that. We have been able to do a profile of an area, and you can zoom into each one of those dots on the map begins to give you a sense of what are the areas, and we are able to see the different. This is what we do. What you see here is just an example of, we took all of the different departmental infrastructure programs. The departments would say, we are building a school there, we are building a clinic, or we are doing whatever the case may be, and we plotted it, and we began to look into and we used the GIS as a means. We also have, as part of this process, where we ask communities to be talking to us on challenges that they have. We have a program on anti-substance abuse, and you will begin to see areas where we are getting many of those complaints in terms of the support that's required. Lately, we've been having a problem of spaza shops. We have been able to profile it. It's also a demonstration. If we then have to do a monitoring, we are able to go into those specific areas, and it shows you the numbers. You can see out of the 58,000 townships, businesses that we had, we were able to map 2,200 of those spaza shops. Finally, there's a big problem in Gauteng, and this is how we begin. Every other time unless an area is guarded, you begin to see land invasion. We are using this system, and we have developed this system. We call it the limit tool. It is an active system that we are able to update on a daily basis, that gives us a sense of the various areas, land parcels that we have in Gauteng, and it uses a satellite to take visuals of these areas. And I would want to show you, we were able to get to map all informal settlements in Gauteng at the beginning of this, which then help us to determine the number of land losses that we had. And as a result of that, we then are able to see a change in pattern on land invasion in the province. What I would want to show as I conclude, Chair, is this particular slide. On this slide, on the left side, my left side and your right side, no, your left side as well, on both our left sides, yeah. You will see there's this fellow over there with those two cars. On the right side, where you see the settlements, and it's just that it's not live. We were able to see, but there was this particular area, and we wanted to determine what is in this, because this area was not like that. And as we zoomed into that particular spot, we were able to get, that's how detailed the level of spatial data and the configurations are able to give us. And we were able to see, oh, so you will see, do you see that this was a settlement that was incomplete? Do you see the bottom part is brickwork, the face brickwork? And do you see the top part is what we ordinarily call Mambara Stena? Now that area, it was in an abandoned construction site, incomplete project. Being incomplete over a period, communities came in, took over the site. As they took over the site, you then began to see that, oh, when we went back, we found that they had taken over the site and they started building up. Just an indication of what technology can do. Nobody's going to change. If we were to be asking any other person, they will tell you, we have X number of houses built. But truth of the matter is, it is a space that has been taken over by those that may not be the required recipients. Data-driven systems, technology can enhance this work. However, there are limitations as I conclude. Limitations with technology is that there may be security breaches with technology. So we are mindful of that. While you have a data-driven, evidence-based support, there could be breaches. Cyber attacks are quite prevalent, and it is how you then build on that. Consumer protection and related matters. So while there is benefits in using technology, while there may be a need to use technology because then it will provide you for the basis for monitoring and oversight, there's also other aspects of legal imperatives that we need to look at. That is our submission, and I hope that it will further enhance the debate and the work of oversight bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful demonstration of how we can use technology to improve service delivery and monitoring. Now, Ms. Pillay, how do we infuse ethics within this and make sure that we avoid manipulation of data when we do this monitoring as these institutions? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and well done to the Public Protector's Office for convening such an important event. So recently, as of a few months ago, I have established a new human rights organization called the Campaign on Digital Ethics, and we look at the intersection between technology, democracy, and human rights. So we know that technology does have this dual nature. On the one hand, it's transforming our society. We are innovating in ways that are really interesting and progressive. But on the other hand, you're also seeing the difficult nature that technology can pose. So to just give you an example, when social media like Twitter and Facebook emerged, I was one of those people who really drank the Kool-Aid, that this was going to be tools that will help to enhance democracy. It will give people platforms, we can share information and we can engage. And whilst that's true, what we've seen over the years is that these are also tools that can further polarize us, that can lock us into echo chambers where you're receiving a lot of disinformation, and this can influence your behavior of what you buy and what you don't buy, what you vote and who you vote for and who you don't vote for, or influence social norms. So I think it really is important that whilst we are acknowledging that we are in a data economy and that we're in a digital age, that we do have to be very mindful of the unintended consequences of these technologies. And in seeking to try and build new technologies, we build it within a progressive human rights framework and with some ethics in mind. So before I touch on the ethics, and just following from the presentation that we just received, which is really interesting in terms of how the Gauteng provincial government is using data, I see that there's 5 key opportunities in the data economy of how we can help to reduce corruption or potentially prevent corruption, and how we can improve service delivery. The first has been touched on in terms of pattern detection. So where we do have a lot of data, we're able to see where the red flags are. We're able to see, different patterns that emerge. So to give you a bit of an example, a few years ago, I was part of something called the Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, which was convened by the SIU. And all of the stakeholders had started to share data sets. And what emerged from those data sets is we could see what were the specific issues in various hospitals that were referenced across the data sets. So it showed that, for example, Chris Hani Baragwanath had an issue with employment corruption, whereas Tembisa Hospital had an issue with procurement corruption. And this was pre-pandemic. So given what had then happened with Tembisa Hospital, had we had that data and information and intelligence being acted upon, chances are we could have potentially prevented a lot of the procurement corruption that occurred, not only in Tembisa, but in terms of the other hospitals that are there. The next one is on predictive models. And this is something that is really, I think, has a lot of value in it. So during the pandemic, the scientists were able to tell us when we would see waves of infection. And then the government responded by introducing different levels of lockdown in order to make sure that we had enough hospital capacity to deal with patients. I think we can predict waves of corruption. And chances are, if we could, we'd predict those waves potentially around festive periods, maybe towards financial year ends. And then how do we, as the departments, ombuds body, oversight institutions, develop tools in order to prevent that from happening? So instead of waiting for the corruption to happen and then reacting and doing the investigations, chances are we have enough information from various stakeholders across the sector that will help us to predict certain patterns of corruption, so that we're not waiting for something to happen to then do an investigation. We can then go in and close the loopholes. Predictive models could also potentially help us, for example, if, say, the NPA is going to court, and it could potentially assess the probability of success on a matter. So instead of going to court and then being hit with adverse findings, which then reduces public trust in these bodies, because we know there's very low public trust in our law enforcement agencies and other bodies, we're then able to predict outcomes of cases and make sure that before we go to court and we file, we would have potentially closed all of our loopholes. The same goes for if the public protector is putting out a report, you would then be able to anticipate what would be the possible legal challenges should the different parties who are mentioned in the report then go and challenge this, and what are the loopholes you need to close. So data and the use of this data can be phenomenal in terms of helping us to rebuild trust in our anti-corruption efforts and in service delivery efforts and so on. It can also, through AI and chatbots, provide information and support. So I'm not particularly keen on machines advising whistleblowers, because I don't think that's proper. I think that there's a lot of nuance that happens, but you can build chatbots that provide information and support on basic issues around accessing certain services. A lot of the time, the public is quite unaware that they're not meant to be paying for some services, and then they get unknowingly roped into participating in corruption. So parents whose children go to no-fee schools all of a sudden would be told, if you don't pay this amount of money, your child will not get the report by the end of the year. And because of that lack of public education, you're then unknowingly feeding a beast. So building chatbots that provide the public with necessary information and support could also then become a deterrent, but it could also then provide the public and other stakeholders with, okay, if you're experiencing this particular issue, this is the organization that you should go to. Or if you're in this part of the country, this is, the public protector's office is located here, and maybe you should direct your complaint there. So it does have that possibility. And then just to quickly go through other possibilities around real-time monitoring. So during COVID, I remember the Gauteng provincial government as well as National Treasury were releasing expenditure disclosure reports, which then helped journalists, activists, researchers, and law enforcement agencies pick up where the anomalies were, and then they were able to act on them. Real-time monitoring of expenditure would also potentially be very useful for the Auditor General's office, for them to be able to collate and understand that data to help them do their work. And then lastly, blockchain technology, which at the moment has largely been linked to cryptocurrency. But the idea of blockchain technology is that these are digital records that cannot be changed. So think about the use of that in terms of procurement. And where we see a lot of procurement corruption because of this, being able to change paper-based information, having blockchain technology deployed in that space means that we will then be able to follow the paper trail, and nobody can alter that. So that will help law enforcement and others in terms of trying to crack down on corruption. So those are the key areas where I see technology playing quite a meaningful role in helping to prevent corruption and other issues, as opposed to us waiting for and reacting to it once the money has been spent and taken out of the country and so on. But there are no silver bullets. So even though we have all of these possibilities that we should maximize on, they're not going to solve the problems. That there alone will not solve the problems. It does require the work that we're doing around public engagement. We still need to do public education. We still need to do the investigations. We still need to see prosecutions. So this should be a tool in our box, but it's not going to solve, it's not going to be the silver bullet where tomorrow all of our problems are gone. And in saying that, when we're building these technologies, a lot of the technology, just because of the data that they're built on, can be quite harmful because they can entrench biases and enforce stereotypes. Now, one of the problems that we are seeing about a year ago with the support of the GIZ, we had held a data conference where we pulled together the Chapter 9s, government bodies, law enforcement, civil society, and others to look at what anti-corruption data exists in the ecosystem. And there's a lot. But the problem is, one, there's a bit of a territorialism, so everybody's holding onto their data very tightly. They don't really want to share. The other part of it is that we don't have data standards. So I may be collecting data in a very different way that you are. And now that we are trying to bring it together and build a model, it's becoming difficult because we don't have a standard of data collection. So there are some building blocks that we need to put in place before we try to deploy models to make sure that then we don't produce something which will unfairly stereotype or cause further oppression or bias. So designing with ethics in mind and human rights in mind should always be the goal, because I think because it's so exciting and innovative, we can, want to produce a new AI model because it's going to put us ahead of the rest. But if that AI model is going to be used or going to produce data that is negative towards a group, and if that's not tested, how are we further contributing towards social inequality that we're experiencing in the country? So for example, if you had to run a model on the racial and gender profile of who is the most corrupt in the country based just off media reports, chances are it's going to tell you that it is a middle-aged Black man, and we know that that's not true. But it's being fed of media that exists, fed of data that exists in the media spaces. So how do we make sure that we test this so that we are not enforcing and entrenching biases? I also think being transparent and then accountable about how we're using these technologies is important. So the presentation that we received from the Gauteng government around how they're using data is important. If that was then I think there was a part around how it's determining potential budgets for certain areas. Being transparent about that is important, because if community X is getting a higher budget than community Y, and we're not necessarily sure about why that's the case, and if the data is in some way skewed, it then can it can cause some problems. So being transparent about how we're using data, the tools that we're using, where decisions are being automated, will also then make the public much more trustworthy of you and the use of these systems. And then being accountable that if your tools or your data has given you the wrong decision, because it can. That's the thing, is that, sometimes we rely solely on data models, but we don't have the sociologists, so we don't have other people who understand social dynamics helping us to interpret the data. We can then make wrong decisions. So being accountable for the decisions is also completely necessary. And then the last thing is to just make sure that, in this era of surveillance capitalism, I think just in this time of getting here this morning, my phone must have collected hundreds of data points about the time I left, how many steps I took, whose cell phones I'm nearby, so many data points. And then that's being used and sent off to private companies who then sell you things and so on. But making sure that we are building technology that is compliant with our constitutional values and is compliant with human rights is important. I do think we can have both. We can have technology that will help to automate processes, that will help us to achieve our goals in terms of fighting corruption, improving service delivery, and so on. But that technology can also be built within a human rights framework that is not going to oppress anyone or stereotype anybody. So that's my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly impressed by how you really gave us some insight in terms of how we have Ubuntu embedded. When I take yesterday's conversation within this conversation, that when we do come up with these standards, then we are mindful of some of the stereotypes that are already out there. So thank you very, very much for that. At this point, I had a different plan. I've been directed to change. I wanted to have a conversation amongst themselves, but they feel that they've covered. But I must now give you a chance to also ask questions. I do have a few of my own, but I think I must prioritize you to ask questions. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to have the roving mic. Are there any questions for the panel? Now that we've seen between the professionalization of the public service and how we use technology to make sure that we do that, and how we do that in an ethical manner. Do you have any questions? There's a question there.
Good morning. My name is Letlhogonolo Moagi, and I am from the DPSA. I just want to direct a question or a comment to our DG, Ms. Makasi, particularly on the issue of professionalization. I think most of us can agree that one of the biggest factors influencing unprofessionalism in the public service is the attitude towards our work, the responsibilities that we do, as well as towards reforms such as professionalization, which is why I believe that professionalization should not just be technical, but there must also be an element of what I call a psychological shift or a mental shift or a change in attitude. So my question to our DG is, what systems are put in place to address this element? And if there's none, is there a possibility that the DPSA can look into this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? There's a question there. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to, as Mr. from the office of the Premier. I just want to check the status of how the municipalities in the province are utilizing the data that you've talked about. We know that in Gauteng, year in and year out, we have a situation where people are building along the Chuskey River. And during the summer season, some of the structures are washed away. So I'm not sure in terms of the current status. Is the Office of the Premier sharing that information to the municipalities in the province so that they can use that information to come up with measures to prevent some of the natural disasters that we normally see in the province? Thank you very much.
Okay. There's another question here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lerato Ngwatle from the Office of the Military Ombud. I've got two questions for Mr. Edward Musuwe regarding to the usage of data. The city of Gauteng, the province, used to have free Wi-Fi spots. I don't know if they still exist, especially in the city of Ekurhuleni, whereby community members are able to log service delivery complaints on the web. Since we all know that through the call center agents, you'll hold on for long, and then due to the unemployment rate in the country, you'll find that people don't have airtime to make those calls. Secondly, it's on the usage of the limit tool.
Does Gauteng province have a total number of the informal settlements in the city of Ekurhuleni? Because according to the city of Ekurhuleni human settlements, there are 119 recognized informal settlements within the city. But if you go through the data, you'll see that there's still more. It's more than 119. Some are still not recognized. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take one more question from the other row, seeing that all the other columns have raised the question. Is there a question from that side? Before, yes, there's one. Thank you.
Avitha Nofel from the Ombud Council. Insofar as the procurement processes with blockchain being a catalyst towards that, what would be the legal implications relating this and the costs surrounding procurement processes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. They didn't get the last question, ma'am?
Thanks. Insofar as blockchain technology being used within the procurement processes, what would be the legal implications there too, in terms of legislation, as well as the costing there too? And you know, be mindful of the fact that we heard human rights coming into play in that regard.
Okay. Should I start with you, DG?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? No. Should I stand up? Yeah. The mic has retired. So thank you very much for the question. My colleague from DPSA, I was trying to check you out. Thank you very much. So I just want to say, I think the most important thing, if you think about public sector reforms, it's probably easy for us to do the work of thinking and putting things in writing and moving with processes, whether it's legislation or this or that. But the test of everything is in implementation. And when we talk about implementation, what is important in implementation is more than anything else, your street level bureaucracy. Because it is your street level bureaucracy that's supposed to drive implementation. We as management are always going to be in offices and do this and that and lead from the top, but the street level bureaucracy is the implementer. So from that point of view, I think there's a lot we can talk about on what things that we need to do, would need to be done. One of the things is culture change in the public service. The culture in the public service needs to be improved. And talking about culture change, just how public servants at times engage with people, just in the delivery of services, but beyond that, how disciplined are we and how do we respect our jobs? How do we respect the people who pay us the salaries? Because we don't pay our salaries. I've heard some public servants saying, I'm also a taxpayer, therefore I pay myself. But yes, we are taxpayers, but the point is there is more to the roles that we have and responsibilities. Going back to the culture of serving, how do we help public servants to go into the culture of serving? Not self-serving ourselves, but serving the communities that we employ. So there's a lot of mindset change that we have to work around and put in place. And I'm using broadly the concept of culture change. That's for me an inherent part. The second part is that from a health and wellness perspective, I think we need to strengthen our interventions. I think since COVID, there's been big, the combination of impact of COVID as well as the financial situation that we find ourselves as a country and economy not growing and etc. I think there's a lot of strain that is on people in general. And that includes, we have noticed at least with the public servants, the high levels of indebtedness of public servants. And so if you wake up with all these problems every day and you have to go to work and you are expected to deliver and be nice to people, sometimes it's going to be difficult. So how do we assist? We may not be able to have money to pay people what they want to be paid, but how do we assist from other interventions so that you have a package of intervention? and we have a wellness program, but how do we continuously improve on that wellness program to ensure that we don't lose young people due to mental illnesses? Not young people, public servants, young people in my head. We do not lose public servants due to challenges like mental well-being and etc. And if you look at statistics from GEMS, which we analyze on a quarterly basis, you can see certain diseases are really starting to pick up and are becoming a challenge. Public servants who are receiving treatment on illnesses related to mental wellness as well, or mental well-being, is starting to be a challenge. And the last thing I want to say is building integrity and ethics, the ability of public servants to be able to do the right thing, whether somebody's watching or not. Whether you know you are being watched or you're not being watched, being able to do the right thing all the time. And my own understanding of this part of work is that values can be learned and unlearned. So good values can be learned. Whatever age or wherever you are, you can always learn values, good values, and unlearn bad values. So how do we strengthen our interventions at those levels? Because when we work at a values level, and the Public Service Commission does absolutely wonderful work in terms of values, but how do we support and take that work to another level, the constitutional values? How do we ensure there's alignment between public servants, their own personal values? We recognize they come from communities, from homes, they're influenced by many things, but when they come into the public service, how do we induct and prepare them into the values, the constitutional values, the values of public administration in South Africa? I think for me, that's a bigger question, a bigger issue that all of us should be thinking about, and how do we work around that to ensure that we build a system of people who are able to self-manage, to hold themselves accountable, and to be able to deliver on their responsibilities, whether somebody is watching or not, and be able to stay away from corrupt practices because they are not going to assist the country. That would be all from me. Thank you.
I had this question about whether do we share the data with municipalities because there are people building along the Jukskei and related matters. In fact, here is the issue. We could do better. So data sharing is there, yes. And part of the work that government is also doing in terms of the district development model, and I'm happy that the DPM is there as well, is intended to do exactly that. So when we talk of one plan, so what you see in my plans must also reflect what is happening in municipalities. Remember, the locus of implementation is at a local level. And therefore, whatever you say you do at a provincial level, or even at a national level, must always find expression where citizens live. So that is the second part. So not there yet, but my view is that it's a process that is evolving and is improving, and hence the district development model becomes a part. So that integrated planning comes from there. But the third, how we also share that data directly with municipalities. Some of the calls that the issues that are raised about how citizens and residents log calls, those calls are actually sent back to the local level or to the sphere that must be able to resolve it, and we continue to monitor. So we have a service delivery forum and unit that also deals with that as a means of ensuring that we can share these responsibilities. There's also a question about free Wi-Fi across the province, and you use the Ekurhuleni. In fact, Premier Lesotho, you would have noted, had spoken about making sure that our 26 priority townships, he calls them 26 priority townships, should have access to to free Wi-Fi. There are areas, it has been variable. In some parts, it's working. In some parts, it's still coming. And because and maybe let me say, Ekurhuleni as a city had its own. The city of Joburg on its own, it had its own. The city of Tshwane but what we also found out that it was not in all areas that we were able to get the free Wi-Fi, and hence you'd note that the Premier in his address and every other time he says, unless we get connectivity across the province, will not be able to get people to access. You can't talk of this omni-channel if then people don't have the ability to communicate. So it is work that is continuing in that regard. As it relates to the limit tool, and actually I must tell you the full name of this limit tool, because using acronym, it's called the Land Invasion Monitoring and Intervention Tool. So we are. I know from a acronym point of view, you limit land invasion, but the actual name is Land Invasion Monitoring Intervention Tool. So what it does, and it's a new tool that, and it came up. It's an instruction we got from the Premier after he had spoken in the State of the Province address earlier this year, saying, we shall not allow any more land to be occupied illegally in the province. We then got the team to say, how do we then get to respond to the challenge? And that's why there are two things. The limit tool, because it uses satellite, so every other day we update. When we see a change in behavior or pattern in a particular locality, we are able then to get the relevant law enforcement agencies to go and check whether there have been changes. And sometimes you might find it actually somebody building their own house and it's in an established area. But in other cases, which has happened recently, we were able to use that in the Sekerbos area, just along Heidelberg Road. We were able to hear and see that overnight there was this group of people. Then in the next 2 days, then our anti-land invasion unit was able to go in there and intervene. So this is how we are beginning to use the limit tool, and we hope that over time we should be able to get it improving. We want, when you talk about some informal settlements not having been located or other people building on servitude, the limit tool and the GIS tools, in fact, we are beginning to mine data to help us determine which of these are in areas. And Eskom and Rainwater have given us an indication. Just here in Ekurhuleni, there's an informal settlement that Premier likes. He calls it Makaus. He says, let's formalize Makaus. But we then went, and when we use the limit tool and our GIS, we realized that we can't formalize it where it is because it's on a servitude. And we had to say to Premier, we accept, we want to formalize, but this not at where they are located. So we are now in a conversation with the community to say, you have to be relocated. Because where you are, if you leave you there, the next, in fact, Rainwater had shown us that there was a best pipe. Just as well that best pipe happened just off a house. The power that was from that best pipe would have killed many people had it happened that it was. So that's the type of thing that we're beginning to use, and we're using this data and the technology to help us address those issues. Thank you very much.
Just on the question of blockchain, at the moment, there's no regulations or legislation. The SARB and SARS are moving to find ways to control cryptocurrency, but the actual technology that hosts this, which is blockchain technology, we don't have any legislation or regulations around this. And it's my hope that my organization Code and a few others are going to start getting the government to consider the types of laws and regulations that we are going to need in a digital age and data economy. Just in terms of the costs, I'm assuming that it would be quite costly to set these up, data centers, and these data centers, my recommendation would be they'd be state-owned data centers. But then once those are established, it becomes a public good and entity, which you can find ways to, sell off rent out parts of it for private companies who need to use it and so on. There's also an environmental cost that comes with using AI and blockchain technology. It has a really big impact on the environment because it is so energy heavy to run these data centers. So, when we're looking at costs, we're not only looking at economy, we also need to look at the environment. But I do think the potential for reducing corruption in procurement through this may then potentially justify the need for investment in these data centers. But again, also because we are moving, we've opened Pandora's box. There's never going to be a moment in our lifetime where we won't have AI or cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. It's about how we as the state and in the public sector utilize this tech for the good of the public, and it's not just in the hands of the private sector. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are running an hour behind according to our schedule, so I will not take any further questions at this point. I am content to of the fact that we are slowly but surely moving into the fifth industrial revolution. I mean, with this presentations, I think we're in the right path, and I'm sure we are going to tease some of these issues out in the breakaway rooms, which we are going to move into as we grab our teas. Let's grab towards our breakaway sessions instead of doing them separately. So that's what we are changing in the program. We are going to move in the parallel breakaway sessions. Ekurhuleni 4, as we know, is this side, and KwaThema also this side. Ekurhuleni 5 is that side. Ekurhuleni 4 will be looking at change management for internal transformation towards digitization, moderated by the PPSA. They know themselves. The digital public sector and related challenges facing Ombudsman, moderated also by the PSA, that is Ekurhuleni 5. So the first one is Ekurhuleni 4, that side. Then KwaThema will be a session on utilizing technology to strengthen anti-corruption efforts, which will also be moderated by PPSA. So let's grab our tea as we go to this, and then some of these questions that we came up in this session will also be teased out in those. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Could I ask the public protector to come up to hand over the gifts to our speakers?
You'll also declare on our behalf. It's like an ambush.
CEO, I asked because of the breakaway sessions will be, they are 45 minutes. So from now until, yeah, because we're going to report back. So let's say until 12:15. Then we report back until lunchtime. Ne? Or am I? Should we keep it at 45 minutes? Let's keep it at 45 minutes and come. And even 12:15. Yes. No, 12:10, sorry. 12:10, we come back. Sorry, 12:10, we come back.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, let me. Okay.
Precious and fragile things need special handling. My God, what have we done to you? We always try to share the tenderest of care. Now look what we have put you through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. Angels with silver wings, shooting nose of rain. I wish I could take the blame for you. If God has a master plan, then only He understands. I hope it's your eyes He's seeing through. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. I pray you learn to trust. Have faith in both of us. And give room in your heart for two. Things get damaged, things get broken. I thought we would manage, but what's left unspoken left us so bitter. There was so little left to give. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Still some cover, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments nice and forgettable. You twisted with no more than I've been. But things just get so crazy, and life gets hard to do. I will gladly hit the road, get up and go if I knew that someday it will lead me back to you. That someday it will lead me back to you. Then maybe all I need, darling, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow and sunny morning, I never want to leave. Fingers chase your every outline. Yeah. Paint a picture with my hands. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Stranger with us still together waiting. Then maybe all I need, darling, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow and sunny morning, I never want to leave.
If I could turn the page in time that I'll rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes. But I couldn't find a way, so I'll settle for one day to believe. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise. Although I'm not making plans, I hope that you understand the reason why. Close your eyes. No more broken hearts. We're better off apart. Let's give it a try. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise.
Moving targets, living city lives, broken faces on the city night. Want a friendship, all the time's the same. Far away. moving closer, just follow me. I know where we're going. Keep on moving, changing motion. Keep on moving, lost in motion. Moving targets, changing hearts. Painted circles that keep us apart. Moving targets, changing hearts. Circles keeping moving us apart. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-dum, dee-da-da. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-dum, dee-da-da. Return, there is no return. Forward smiles, bending those private faces, framed, lost in memory, following new horizon in disarray. Knows it where we're going. Keep on moving, changing motion. Keep on moving, lost in motion. Moving targets, changing hearts. Painted circles that keep us apart. Moving targets, changing hearts. Circles keeping moving us apart. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-dum, dee-da-da. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-dum, dee-da-da. Baby, I can feel it up in your kisses. It's like honey. Sweet like some people are watching on what you try to do. Baby, don't go take me in the bed. Rope inside me is enough to lift me crying in the rain. Love you forever, but you're driving me insane. And I'm hanging on. Oh, 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 oh. I win, I never did it. Love has got the power to make lovers in my life. To live of you. You treat me
nights, putting the gun down on the bedside table. Must have realized it wasn't the rain that made no difference, and I could have swore it wasn't me. Yet they are all so cuddly, almost slowly, plain for all to see. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. How can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I lost my way. I've been losing you. I can still hear your screams competing. Your his and yours like a snake. Now in the mirror stands half a man. I thought no one could break. It wasn't the rain that made no difference. Nervously dreaming on a runaway, but I want the guilt to get me, thoughts to wreck me, praying on my mind. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. So please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I've lost my way. I've been losing you. Hold on my heart, just hold on that feeling. We both know we've been here before. We both know what can happen. Hold on my heart, 'cause I'm looking over your shoulder. Please don't rush in this time. Don't show her how you feel. Hold on my heart. Throw me a lifeline. I'll keep a place for you somewhere deep inside. So hold on my heart. Please tell her to be patient, 'cause there has never been a time that I want something more. can recall this feeling. Now you know there's a chance, or I will be there. Yes, I will be there. Be there for you. Whenever you want me to. Whenever you call, and I will be there. Yes, I will be there. Hold on my heart. Don't let her see you crying. No matter where I go, she'll always be with me. So hold on my heart. Just hold on to that feeling. We both know we've been here before. We both know what can happen. So hold on my heart. Just hold on my heart. So hold on my heart. Hey, hey, hey. Just hold on my heart.
I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe going through a trouble. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and I see. I'm flying by the light. No, I can't sleep until I feel tired. I say, I'm flying by the light. No, I can't sleep until I
The ballads you arranged and said they were strange. They speak to me like constellations. That's what I hear. There's a magic I can't hold. Your smile of honey gold, and that you never seem to be in short supply of you. So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in the sun. You know I wanted you to know. Why'd you have to drop that bomb? Lazy days, crazy dawn. You say we've been friends too long. 7 days in sunny June were long enough to bloom. The flowers on the summer trees you wore this spring. The way we left that's one, and then you dropped the ball. That I know you too long for us, have a say. So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in the sun. You know I wanted you to know why you have to drop that bomb. Could resist the stories in your eyes. Turn off some wings, you fly away on. 7 days in sunny June, long enough to bloom. The flowers on the summer's dress you wore this spring. Yeah. The way we left this one. Why did you drop the bomb on me? So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in the sun. You know I wanted you to know why you have to drop that bomb. Could be this, the honeystock of place you seem to show me. Could be this, for 7 days in June it wasn't lonely. Could be this, you never give me time to say I love you. Could be this, I know you don't believe me, but it's so true. Don't walk away from me, girl. I read the stories in your eyes. Don't you walk away from me. Yeah. I read the stories in your eyes. And you've been telling me we were friends for too long. Yeah. I think I love you. I think I love you. Why you have to drop me by my name? Yeah. Ooh. On the VCR, same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show, same tape I've had for years. I sit in my old car, same one I've had for years. Old batteries running down, it ran for years and years. Turn on the radio, the static hurts my ears. Tell me where I should go, I've been out in years. Turn on the stereo, it's played for years and years. I know this Reddit song, it's all I own. When the
easier to exercise my brain. Make records on my own, can't go out in the rain. Pick up the telephone, I've listened here for years. Don't want to talk to me, I've listened here for years. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When I feel lonely here, don't waste my time with tears. I run deep throat again, there for years and years. I don't like the food I eat, the cans are running out. Same food for years and years, I hate the food I eat. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Turn on the VCR, same one I've had for years. James Brown and the Tammy Show, same tape I've had for years. If God had a name, what would it be, and who would you call it to his face? If you were faced with him in all his glory, what would you ask if you had just one question? And yeah, God is great. Yeah, God is good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What if God was one of us? Just as like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. If God had a face, what would it look like, and would you wanna see? If seeing meant that you would have to believe in things like heaven and in Jesus and the saints and all the prophets. Yeah, God is great. Yeah, God is good. Yeah. What if God was one of us? Just as like one of us. Just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. Like black guts you have run Except for the thought may be involved. What if God was one of us, just as like one of us, just a stranger on the bus, trying to make his way home. Just trying to make his way home. Like a holy rolling stone, back into heaven all alone. Nobody's calling on the phone, except for the bug maybe in bone.
Something in you calls me to take a new tack with you. You were going through something I had just about script through. Why do you think I let you get away with the things you said to me? Could it be I like you? It's so shameful of me. I like you. No one I ever knew or have spoken to resembles you. This is good or bad, all depending on my general mood. Why do you think I let you get away with all the things you said to me? Could it be I like you? It's so shameful of me. I like you. A magistrates vandalize, hiding their mistakes. They look at you and I, and it makes them cry. It makes them cry. Forces of command, they show their fat faces into mine. You and I just smile because we're thinking the same line. Why do you think I let you get away with all the things you said to me? Could it be I like you? It's so shameful of me. I like you. You're not right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I ask you to settle down, take your seats, and we will proceed. Joining me is Zukiswa, our sign language interpreter. Hello, Zukiswa. Okay, this is the part where you say hello. She's a little shy, so she may need some support. All right, welcome back. I trust that you're all feeling refreshed, connected, and ready to keep things moving. Sure, the breakaway sessions were exceptional. I moved around. I had the privilege and the time to move around just to get a sense of what is being discussed. They were thorough, robust, and very, very engaging. I actually can't wait for the scribers to come and give us that feedback, because what I got, the little that I got, was very, very enlightening and empowering. So what we are going to do is that typically at this point, we would ask them to come up here and give us that feedback. However, for the purposes of time, we're shifting things around a little bit. So what that means is that they will come and present a little later on. But for the purposes of progress, we are going to move along to plenary 5. And this will be moderated with heart and passion by a beautiful lady I had the pleasure of being introduced to just now, Ms. Litsitsi Magotso, who is the head of transformation, citizenship, and public interest at KPMG. The idea, as she comes up to come and moderate this session, the idea is that once she's done and she has introduced our breakaway sessions, please feel free to head out to the patio that side or the restaurant for lunch. Lunch will be served at exactly 2:00. This is how we are trying to manage our time. A round of applause, please, as she takes to the podium.
Lerato, good thing that I attended the change management session earlier on, so I'm able to deal with the change. I'm capacitated, because I was still sitting there leisurely thinking that we're going to see a video, but clearly things change. So good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to steal from the precedence that was already established and say that I am rising on the premise of already established protocol. So like Lerato said, my name is Magotso Litsitsi. I am a partner at KPMG, and I look after transformation, citizenship, and public interest. So I am very excited to be your moderator for this session. To echo Lerato's words, I am intrigued at the level of excitement, engagement, and just the general atmosphere that has already been established. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it yesterday, but I am told and that the same level of excitement, engagement did take place yesterday. And my high dream for this session is that I keep that momentum, and that if anything, we can take it even a bit of a notch up. I am aware that the session is standing between us and lunch, so we'll try as best as we can to make it really, really engaging. So our session today, we're gonna have 3 speakers, and the first topic would be the relationship between oversight recommendations and compliance and government institutions in strengthening service delivery. And that will be the reflections by our none other than the Auditor General, Ms. Tsakani Maluleke, who I believe to this audience needs very little introduction. And then the second part to this plenary will be an interactive panel discussion, and the topic for that would be enhancing oversight and governance reforms, leveraging platforms, innovations, and best practices. I'm going to do this slightly different and ask that the panelists will join each other as and when the last speaker has spoken. So I am going to start with the first topic, which is the relationship between oversight recommendations and compliance and governance, government institutions, and strengthening service delivery, the reflections by the Auditor General. But before she comes through, you know, that's what happens when you try to be technologically savvy. I left my notes on the chair and thought I would try and do this the innovative way. So just on this topic, when I mull over it myself, I cannot help but take myself back to the latest report that was released by the Auditor General on the outcomes of the audit findings from the 2022-2023 financial period. And I'm sure all of us are very familiar with these statistics, but I thought I should just reiterate without, preempting what our Auditor General is going to be addressing us upon. But when I looked at the report, it was quite a sobering, reaction to know that of the 257 municipalities that we have in our country, only 13% of those, which is 34 municipalities, actually achieved an unqualified audit opinion with no findings, which we, in our accounting world, will call a clean audit. And a further 110, which is another 44%, received a unqualified audit report, but with findings. And where does it leave the rest of the 56% of our municipalities? They either got a qualified audit opinion, an adverse audit opinion, or a total disclaimer. That is a really, really bleak picture, as all of us can relate to. And it's also quite, disheartening to know that these municipalities, the 56% of the municipalities that had a qualified or adverse or disclaimer, they actually are accountable for 44% of our expenditure budget that's been allocated to the municipalities. 44% of 522 close, approximately 522 billion rand is being accounted for. It's been led by these municipalities where, they couldn't even achieve an unqualified audit opinion. And, it goes without saying what this has, the impact that this has on service delivery, on our ability of the state to deliver the much needed, sustainable, consistent, reliable services to our communities. So without further ado, I think our Auditor General is best placed. She's the authority that can speak on this. But before I call her, I just want to do a quick introduction, if you don't mind, please, Tsakani. I did say that she needs very little introduction, but her bio is always very fascinating to read. So Ms. Tsakani Maluleke is the Auditor General of South Africa, the first woman to be appointed to this role in over 100 years. Prior to this, she served as the Deputy AG. She has more than 20 years of experience spanning diverse areas, including auditing, consulting, corporate advisory, development finance, investment management, and skills development. I believe your CV probably needs updating here, Tsakani, because 20 years doesn't give it justice. I'm sure it's more than 20 years. Her commitment to service excellence, ethical leadership, and contribution to the advancement of transformation have been recognized by the presidents of the Black Management Forum, the African Women Chartered Accountants, the Black Business Council, and the Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants of Southern Africa, of which she is a past president. So join me, please, in welcoming Mr. Tsakani Maluleke on stage.
Thank you so much, Makgotso, for that very kind introduction, but I think you're being unkind. You quickly audited my CV. You remembered that you and I are contemporaries. We served articles at the same time, and you're like, 20 years isn't making it. So I failed the audit this afternoon. I will update the CV. I must stop pretending I'm younger than I actually am. Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. I'd like to recognize our hosts, the Public Protector of South Africa. I'd also like to recognize the leadership and representatives from the European Union, as well as from DPSA. I'm delighted to have in our midst the former PP, our big sister in the room. It's wonderful to have you here, ma'am. Allow me please to greet all of the esteemed speakers, panelists, and importantly, all of you who are critical leaders in the ecosystem of accountability in South Africa. Each of you seized with this important ambition of working for the benefit of the citizens of South Africa through enhancing compliance, governance, and oversight. In writing about the National Development Plan at the time of its launch, many, many moons ago, the minister and chair of the National Planning Commission at the time, Minister Trevor Manuel, stated the following. He said that South Africa belongs to all its people, and the future of our country is our collective future. Making it work is our collective responsibility. All South Africans seek a better future for themselves and their children. The National Development Plan is a plan for the country to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030 through uniting South Africans, unleashing the energies of its citizens, growing an inclusive economy, building capabilities, enhancing the capability of the state, and leaders working together to solve complex problems. And then he went on to say that the approach of the plan revolves around citizens being active in the development of a capable and developmental state, able to intervene to correct our historical inequities, and strong leadership throughout society working together to solve our problems. All of us working together. Building a capable development state requires a functional accountability ecosystem where the needs and expectations of the citizens of South Africa are paramount, where the citizenry participates actively in democratic processes, where resources are used efficiently and effectively, and where there is respect for legislative requirements, and where the service delivery value chain is effective and well governed. It is clear then that there must be a well-functioning, effective, and professional public service, as envisaged in Section 195 of our Constitution. It's also clear that there must be effective accountability mechanisms, including effective and strong oversight. Recent experiences, though, indicate that the participation of citizens in the democratic processes in South Africa is on the decline. While the fact that the recent elections took place peacefully and were declared free and fair, that is all laudable. What is concerning about our experience in 2024 was that more than 11 million registered voters did not cast their ballots. The voter participation in 2024's general election was 58.6%, the lowest voter turnout since the advent of our democracy. Trust is difficult to build and easy to lose. Trust is built and maintained by living up to the expectations that others have of us, with those expectations largely informed by the promises we make. On the other hand, trust means taking a risk of believing that others will do what they promise. This sits at the heart of this concept of accountability. In a democracy, structures are created and elected representatives are empowered to implement the will of the people and to act on their behalf through legislative and executive bodies. A risk to be considered within the public sector, within a democracy, is that power and resources can sometimes be mismanaged and misused, leading to the erosion of trust, which can undermine the very essence of the democratic system and the need. I hope I've not offended anyone. When trust is lost, the relationships and institutions that are underpinned by it disintegrate. When trust leaves an institution or a society, peace, prosperity, and stability quickly follow suit. When citizens pay their taxes, they trust government to apply those resources productively towards delivering public services for their benefit. When citizens go out to vote, they do so trusting that their votes will be counted and that the process of elections will be fair. When parents send their children to school, they do so trusting that their children's lives will be better served with an education rather than them staying at home attending to household chores. When trust in institutions of government collapses, we see the fragile peace and order that holds society together being disturbed, and sometimes irreparably so. Trust, therefore, is the connective tissue that holds our society together. And solid public trust is at the backbone of functional accountability ecosystems. A functional accountability ecosystem serves as the foundation of an effective public service. Through mutually reinforcing relationships between setting expectations and delivering on those expectations, trust is built, it's nurtured and maintained. And as such, the relationships that rely on that trust and the institutions that are built upon it become stronger. The disengagement of citizens in democratic processes confirms that we have much work ahead of us if we are to effectively steer the operation of our public administration in the way so that it fulfills the mandate for them to live up to the ambitions of the National Development Plan, the ambitions set out in our Constitution, the values and principles that we've all agreed inform our democratic order. So I raise trust as an issue, but we have to acknowledge it's not a matter that affects only South Africa. Over the past number of years, we've seen a trend of the erosion of trust in institutions across the globe. In a recent study by the Global Community of Auditors General, we call it INTOSAI, we have a report that we issued recently called Navigating Global Trends. INTOSAI identifies the decline in trust as one of 7 megatrends that may impact the work of assurance providers such as Supreme Audit Institutions, AGs. The study describes trust as being integral to the functioning of any society. The report notes that trust, both institutional and interpersonal, is paramount for growth, societal well-being, and governance. Institutions can only be effective if citizens and businesses trust them. These statements by INTOSAI actually come on the back of the Edelman Trust report, which shows that in 2022, only 50% of the world's population expressed trust in their governments. Only 41% expressed trust in the leaders of government, whilst 62% expressed trust in the leadership of business. The same INTOSAI study makes a connection between the decline in trust and another one of the 7 megatrends identified, and that is a trend around rising inequality. The study states that even if poverty reduction rates return to pre-pandemic levels, inequalities within and between countries are expected to rise. And this growing inequality presents significant challenges, negatively impacting economic growth, social cohesion, and political stability. As numerous studies have shown, rising inequality undermines trust. It limits the capacity of societies to change, and it stifles economic growth. It's no wonder then that the United Nations, in crafting its agenda on sustainable development, highlighted the importance of, yes, leaving no one behind, and doing so by focusing on building strong institutions. That goal 16 amongst the SDGs deals with the idea of building strong public sector institutions, strong institutions generally, but a focus on those that serve the public. I'm going to add another word to Agenda 16, to Goal 16. The need to build strong, trusted institutions. SDG Goal 16 says that to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. And in unpacking what that goal deals with, the targets highlight a few things, and I just want to highlight them for you now. The report deals with concepts such as supporting governments, enforcement agencies, and other agencies by engaging responsibly with them, and by doing so, increasing societal trust in public institutions. So that idea about making sure that there's collaboration across the institutions of the state. Providing capacity to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions is a matter that needs attention, as is developing innovative institutions for public service. Developing innovative solutions for public services, operating systems, and data management that contribute to improving the effectiveness, accountability, and transparency of public institutions. And that's why I was delighted with the report back from one of the previous sessions that focused on this element around how we have information systems capabilities that assist us to deal with data, but also help us to operate more effectively within public institutions, but also across the boundaries of individual institutions. One of the areas that the SDG goal deals with is about aligning reporting practices with institutions that do help to define corporate governance rules, and internally establishing effective, accountable, and transparent governance structures. Making sure that you establish audit committees and that you have internal audit and external audit functions that are effective and whose reports are appropriately attended to. The goal 16.7 also deals with the need for policy making as well as other decision-making processes to be transparent, for that information to lead to citizens understanding the basis on which the decisions that affect them are made, or citizens being able to participate in informing those decisions, and also for citizens to be able to see how those decisions are being implemented for the benefit of the country. The short answer to the problem statement of the day then, having given this preamble about public trust, is that to strengthen governance and oversight and to make sure that there is an appropriate response to the work of oversight, the focus must be about building strong, reliable, trusted institutions, and to focus on building public trust. When we in the National Audit Office at AGSA think about what the public service ought to look like as we pursue the agenda of growing our economy, of delivering services, of driving social cohesion, we believe wholeheartedly that what needs to change is culture. And so you'll notice that there is such strong alignment between what I'm saying and certainly what the DG of the DPSA would have said earlier on today. The approach with which public servants and public officials approach their duties, or the posture that they adopt in approaching their work, that has got to be characterized by servant leadership, by professionalism, by conscientious attention to the duties that they have, by a posture that says, I will do what I'm supposed to do, and I'll do so transparently, and I will be held accountable for it, good or bad. And I will be focused on driving the corrective action that must come to pass when somebody points out a weakness, whether it's internal audit or external audit, whether it's a resolution from a parliamentary committee that was exercising oversight. And so much of the work and the conversations that the National Audit Office is having with the people we audit, the people that monitor them, being in the executive, and the people that oversee them, much of that conversation is about how do we equip you to do your work even better? And how do we make sure that in the course of you executing your function, You are seized with strengthening the institution you're responsible for so that it can deliver today in accordance with its mandate, but also tomorrow. And you do that by being efficient in how you do things, by managing the resources you have in a more prudent way. Yes, by operating within the rule of law, and by being open and honest and being held accountable for the things you've done or not done, and by continuing on the journey of ongoing improvement. So Makhoto would have told you earlier on that quite often when we issue the audit reports, we give rather distressing news. I'm not going to bore you with audit outcomes this afternoon. I think you are all well versed on the audit outcomes for local government vis-a-vis those for provincial and national government. As you know, the audit office conducts audits across all of South Africa. We have the benefit of seeing provincial government and national government departments and entities every single year. We also have the benefit of doing the same thing in local government every single year. And that gives us a unique vantage point on the whole of government. So we can give you themes and insights that cut across individual institutions, but give you a sense of a sector and importantly of all of government. And it is our view that the fact that our mandate says we must audit independently and report transparently on what we found on each of those audits, the fact that we can see every single entity every year, the fact that when we audit, we look at financial information, performance information, and compliance every single year, that must all count for something we can contribute into strengthening the accountability ecosystem. And as you know, one of the things that we keep highlighting is that there must be greater collaboration between ourselves as AGSA, but also with those that run government, those that oversee as the executive, and those that oversee in parliament. There must be much greater attention to collaboration amongst all of us, whether it is institutions that are charged with public investigations or those charged with law enforcement. There must be much greater attention to ensure that even the institutions that support democracy, such as the AGSA and the PPSA, all of us collaborate to drive the type of systemic changes that will make the difference. Fortunately, PFMA, you know, generally does well. The debits and credits are fine. 75% of PFMA get unqualified audit opinions on their financial statements. Please, I must just clarify, that's not a clean audit. A clean audit is unqualified opinion on your financial statements. Okay, in non-audit speak, the AG tells you that your financial report can be reliable. That's what it is, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing, the AG confirms that your performance report or your service delivery report is useful and reliable, is credible. The third thing, the AG confirms that in the course of our audit, we've not found any non-compliance of materiality with key laws and regulations relating to financial and performance management. Now, if you pass the test on credible financial statements, a useful and reliable service delivery report, and you got no non-compliance issues, that's a clean audit. And frankly, that's where every public institution should be. An unqualified audit opinion on financial statements is an important step. At least you can show us what you did with the money. You bought 10 bottles of water and you have the slips to show for it. And it shows properly in your books. That's important. But the other things are just as important. Why? Public institutions aren't there to deliver a profit or to brag about a balance sheet or an income statement purely. They're there to be able to demonstrate transparently and to be held accountable for what they've done in accordance with their mandate. The budgets that are put into the hands of those that run public institutions are following a particular expectation on what they must do on service delivery. And yes, sometimes you're not dealing with service delivery, you're a regulatory institution. Perhaps your job is to do a few other things that don't look like service delivery. But we must make sure that your performance report is clear and useful and reliable in that regard. Then we can be sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. And of course, operating within the rule of law should be something we insist on. for each and every public institution. Otherwise, public trust diminishes. If public institutions continue to flout the law, the confidence that citizens should have in them and in their leaders diminishes. And whether it's a law as basic as saying you will maintain proper financial records so that when the audit starts, you give us proper financial statements. Or whether it's a law that says you will procure goods and services in a way that looks like this. These are the prescripts. And yes, I know many a public official and public servant will lament about the many regulations they must comply with as they're procuring. But here's the thing. If we are committed to upholding our democratic principles, we dare not allow each other to tolerate non-compliance. If the law doesn't suit us as a society and as a democracy, let's change the law. But we dare not normalize continued non-compliance with the existing laws. If we keep allowing that, it starts to shake one of the fundamental principles that underpin our democracy, which is the rule of law. So what we see is that there's ongoing attention to debits and credits, inadequate attention to the other matters. And I've seen far too many public officials get away with saying other matters and they flick them away. And some of them, I think this will haunt me forever. I've seen public servants who actually flick them away. And when somebody does that, the body language often tells you even more than the words, right? It tells you a lot about the posture. And so when somebody flicks away something so important about, are you accounting for and reporting transparently on what you've actually done? And are you observing the law as it stands? If we keep allowing that flicking away, the trust deficit will continue to grow. In PFMA, some of the things that sit within the story about not reporting faithfully on service delivery include aspects like an entity will have a particular mandate that they're supposed to deliver on, but they simply don't put it into their performance report. And then when you ask why, they'll say strange things like, well, I don't want an audit finding. And you say, but why? No, you see, the problem is I'm not going to be able to show you how I have confirmed that I delivered these textbooks to all the schools in the province by this date. But that's your job. And that's kind of important. So how are you going to track it? No, I'll track it off the books. So how are citizens going to know what you've done with public funds in pursuit of basic education, which is a fundamental right, if you are doing things off the books because you fear an audit finding? So then we keep interrogating about what is this thing with the fear of audit finding? How do you resolve it? Then we stumbled on it. Actually, it is because that accounting officer has not yet built the controls that help them track how the service delivery partner is delivering textbooks throughout the province. They don't have the information management systems to collate that data. They rely on manual systems, so they know it's prone to error. Instead of sorting that out, they simply take out this measure. And you and I, as citizens, keep wondering why we don't understand the huge investment that South Africa makes in basic education and the poor outcomes. I'm just giving an example of the type of things we see. And I raise it with yourselves in the conversation about why compliance is important and why effective oversight is important. If that key issue is not on a performance report of a basic education department in a province, if it's simply not there, the provincial legislature has no way of holding that individual accountable. And worse still, the public is none the wiser. And oversight, which is the public representatives that sit in the legislature, that have a duty to oversee how government institutions operate, and also be the bridge between government and citizens. They can't do their work. And then what's tragic is that it becomes oversight that gives that accounting officer a free pass They don't exercise oversight on him. They are hard on the disclaimer, but very gentle on the guy that says, my financials are unqualified with other matters. And that is the critical issue I believe we need to be engaging with, especially now at the beginning of the 7th administration and the 7th parliament. PFMA debits and credits are fine. I want to say it again. I know it bears repeating. They're fine. That's not the issue. And perhaps it was appropriate to focus on that in the initial part of our journey into democracy and in the journey of stabilizing our public finance management processes. Where we are now, with the state of democratic trust across citizens, where we are now, with a diminishing fiscal strength, where we then have to be much more vigilant in driving for prudence and efficiency of spend, we best focus on these things. Non-compliance, often about procurement. What's the problem with procurement? As I've said, people flout the laws. Let me give you a sense of why that is. Yes, sometimes the laws are many and people can't get their head around them. But here's the thing, even one day when you have the most perfect procurement legislation, the most perfect set of prescripts, if you have not built an environment where there is a tendency to comply with the laws as they exist, that exercise of perfecting the law will be in futility. I say this because it doesn't matter how good a law you have, how progressive it may be, how well positioned it may be to get you where you want. If you don't worry about who's going to implement it, you're not going to get the outcomes you want. And then you'll sit back 5, 10 years later and say, no, the law is a problem, I want to change it again. But I think we're missing the point. The issue is who's implementing it. We see that as people who don't worry about the stuff because it's other matters. We see that as people who don't have the skill to engage properly and professionally as appropriately competent people when they deal with supply chain management and procurement. They don't understand how to engage in those markets. They'll write procurement specs on things that have long, long expired. You see it. I mean, so if you look at things like buying laptops, you'll see people putting together a spec, and yet those specs would have been appropriate 2 years before. If they understood the market better, they would craft them so that they can get best value for money in today's terms. And that's a skill issue. Some of it is just poor discipline. Just pure discipline. I'll come back to that in a moment. And some of it is also about information management systems. People don't have enough technological facilities to manage these things. They rely on manual processes and then they get into trouble. I'll come back to discipline. One of the reports I was reading just a few days ago relates to a public entity that spent 75 million rand paying a service provider to provide training for young people. And this was supposed to happen over a 2-year period, 75 million rand, and they paid it. So we see it going through the books, and we raise it to say, can you give us proof to show that this training happened, okay? Why do we want that? Well, because at least we know if the books are correct, right? And if the performance report is correct, because this is not other matters. Then they couldn't provide that evidence. So upon inquiry, it emerged that no, that training was actually not provided. So we said, no, but that's a problem. Who signed off on this payment? Discipline. That's not a skills problem. Can we agree? Then we said, well, we're now going to flag this thing as a material irregularity, which now, as you know, we have new powers and we're able to follow up on matters. We don't just audit, report, and move away. We now can follow up. We form a critical part of following up. So then we said, now we're going to raise it as a material irregularity. And what happens now is that it takes on a particular urgency. And because we can see you're losing money. And we said, tell us how you're going to deal with the problem. We don't step into the shoes of the people who are appointed to run the institution. I want to be clear. All we do is follow up. And if they choose to now deal with the matter, now that we've raised it, we give them the space to deal with it. So how did this particular entity deal with the matter? They said, okay, no, we'll get the service provider to now provide the training. And then they did it over a course of months. The tragedy is this. Okay, the training has now been provided a couple of years later, but think about the opportunity cost. And I shudder to think about the quality of that training, but that's a different story. But this is discipline, right? And this is the stuff that sits in other matters. So if there's one contribution I can make to the conversation today and into this conference over the last 2 days, it is that the stuff that sits between us as South Africa, where we are now, and the things that you and I hope for ourselves and our children, much of that stuff sits in what we have allowed each other to trivialize as other matters. And I'm issuing an invitation for those in oversight to start to engage differently with it and to make sure that they are equipped to follow up on matters. They must have quality recommendations that they track in terms of how they're being implemented. Because now, thankfully, with the work that we're able to do as the AG's office and the follow-up mechanism we have, we can flag these transactions in a much bolder and much clearer way. And oversight can be a key support for us in terms of tracking these things. Our powers say that you flag it much more loudly and you follow up. And if there's attention to it, you allow the accounting officer to deal with it. However, if there isn't adequate attention to it, then you can refer a matter for investigation, as we've done, referred matters to the SIU, to the Hawks, sometimes to the Public Protector, sometimes to the National Treasury, depending on the issue. We've also been able to take remedial action when indeed there's ongoing failure to deal with the issue. We also have the responsibility to issue a certificate of debt if indeed there is no action. Fortunately, we've not got there. What we're finding is that if 5 years ago that 75 million transaction had happened, all we could have done was report on it and hope oversight dealt with it. Now, with our powers, we can flag it and compel people to deal with it. It remains our hope that because we can flag things, people will deal with them, right? And they are dealing with them. Of the 14 billion rand of financial losses we identified through this work, 3 billion rand has come back because we can follow up. My invitation to oversight and to all of us in the accountability ecosystem, whether we are accounting officers, internal auditors, audit committees, or the executive authorities, or even oversight. My invitation is, let's make sure that whilst the 75 million rand issue is resolved, we close the gaps that would have led to the problem in the first instance, because we dare not have a repeat. The context within which we are as South Africa is one that demands that we close the gaps, we close the doors of leakage and avoid leakage in the first instance. There's a big gap between 14 billion rand identified as losses and 3 billion rand that's back. We can applaud 3 billion rand, but I think we must reckon with the idea that that gap can only continue to grow if we don't change culture, if we don't all focus on strengthening institutions so that those institutions perform on their mandate, they're effective and efficient, they are transparent, they are accountable, and they are being strengthened on an ongoing basis. If we do that, then we'll get to that dream of having institutions that deliver on the dreams and aspirations of citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tsakani. Always inspiring listening to how you approach really your role at the AG's office. very thought-provoking, but I'm not gonna do justice if I try and summarize for us. I think we all had really, really profound messages coming from the AG. But for me, I think your emphasis on trust, particularly public trust, I think if there's anything that all of us, whether it's through oversight and compliance or even, the institutions responsible for service delivery, if we can take that away from today's talk, is how do we continue to build that trust? And trust, like the AG said, is not something that you earn overnight. It takes time to build it, but to lose it can just happen at a flick of a finger. So if we can just take it upon ourselves in our day-to-day when we are exercising our roles and responsibilities. But also for me, the key takeaway was that collaboration that you spoke about, the collaboration between the oversight and compliance bodies together with the delivery institutions, that it is a collaborative effort. It's not an us and them, because a lot of the work that happens to build a public trust happens at the implementation level. So if we can make the job of our compliance and oversight bodies easier by just doing the right things that the AG has spoken about. And for me, this is a segue, a really good segue to our next presentation, which is really around how do we enhance the oversight and governance? What are some of the reforms that we need to enhance the governance? But also, how do we leverage off the platforms that are already in existence without having to reinvent the wheel? And how do we borrow from best practices? Because yes, we might be hard on ourselves and we focus on the qualified and the disclaimers, but there is really good practice that is there. That 11% that I spoke about, there must be something really, really good that those institutions are doing. How can we borrow that best practice and make sure that we can replicate it elsewhere? And for me, when I speak about reforms, we talk about reforms, it becomes cliched. There's many ways that we can introduce reforms. We talk about reforms at government level. We talk about reforms at private sector levels and other sectors. But for me, we've had legislative reforms, we've had expanded capability building, initiatives. But what are the key things? And it talks to, again, what the AG was talking about with regards to the attitude and the culture. If we can all adopt and move away from the bureaucracy, yes, compliance is very important. And the examples that the AG was making, that when we deliver, we're thinking about, if the AG comes, they must tick the box and say, I've done it. But if we can move away from that bureaucracy and say, how do we adopt that service delivery orientated, attitude that really looks at the basic rights of our citizens? The example again around education, that's a basic right. If we can really adopt that mindset that I am here to deliver that basic human right and move away from that bureaucracy and say, let's adopt a service orientated mindset. So on that note, I am going to be introducing our two next speakers who are going to be joining us on stage. I am going to start with Ms. Jane Marie Ongolo from Kenya, who is the representative of the Regional Office for Southern Africa for the UN. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my notes. Again, my change management session helped today. Where's Ms. Musimani? Thank you for your session this morning. So we've got a slight change to the program because one of our esteemed speakers, the ex-public protector, Ms. Thuli Madonsela, has got another urgent pressing matter that she needs to attend to. So we are going to give her the opportunity to come on stage. And unfortunately, I don't have all the information. I don't know if Lerato you will be so kind to come onto the stage to do the introduction from Ms. Madonsela. Thank you.
Thank you very much for accommodating us. On that, Auditor General, thank you very much for that. On the 75 million youth training, I would have definitely trained them, but there would be signs. Okay, there would be other signs. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel incredibly honored to be introducing Professor Thuli Madonsela, who will be sharing on the state of oversight and government compliance in South Africa and its implications on social justice. A brief synopsis on her bio as she comes up. Professor Thuli Madonsela is the Law Faculty Trust Chair in Social Justice and Law Professor at Stellenbosch University, where she conducts and coordinates social justice research and is involved in teaching of constitutional administrative law. She is also the founder of Tuma Foundation, an independent democracy, leadership, and literacy social enterprise. As an advocate of the High Court South Africa, Professor Madonsela has been a lifelong activist on social justice, constitutionalism, human rights, good governance, and the rule of law. Professor Madonsela is one of the drafters of the South Africa's institution and co-architects of several laws that sought to anchor South Africa's democracy. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, the Employment Equity Act, and the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act are amongst the laws that she helped draft. A round of applause, please, as she makes her way up.
Right. Greetings, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Public Protector, Advocate, colleague, for including me in this wonderful gathering where the various arms of government and civil society are looking at the way we are dealing with oversight and compliance. And I'm glad that we still have at least one member of the political oversight, our speaker, that is still with us. And hopefully we still have a couple of DGs that are in the room. I am particularly honored to be joining you today, given the fact that I was associated with this great institution, the Public Protector. And today I have an opportunity to look at what we did then and what the team is excellently doing now. But my focus is on broad oversight. And I was hoping that I won't be seeing my face down there, that I would be seeing the presentation. It doesn't look like. So now I'm gonna need, Salvo, if you can just give me my laptop so that I can continue to work. I apologize, with the switch, I thought I had sent the presentation, but it turned out that I was not online. So please do bear with me. Technology. Thank you, Salvo. Right, if we do get the presentation, that will be fine. But if not, we will send it to you. Because I'm a former teacher, I love visuals. So now that I'm not public protector, I'm an academic, I don't have to do a proper speech, which obviously has to go into the system, into government. I do these presentations because I think they can assist in helping us to visualize whatever it is that I'm talking about. The state of oversight and government compliance in South Africa and its implications for social justice. My starting point here is to look at just some synergies between what is happening here and what we do at Stellenbosch University. My connection with what you are doing, colleagues, is not just the fact that I'm former pub protector. I'm part of the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. It's a center of excellence in social justice research, but we're particularly concerned with assisting those who govern, because you govern for us all. If we go down, we're all going down. If we go up, we all go up. We're particularly concerned with providing tools, research, innovative tools for governing, and training and advocacy. Training being part of what we're talking about today, because it builds better capabilities. And we hope at some stage will be your partner of choice on these matters around achieving the society that our Auditor General, Ms. Maluleke, has spoken about. That society that the preamble to our Constitution says we are aiming for, and which is a society that is based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We believe in several things. One of them is that as long as there's injustice somewhere, there cannot be sustainable peace anywhere. We also believe that to be stable and sustainable, democracy must work for all. So oversight, for example, is not just to make sure that people don't break the rules. It's about making sure that people are doing what they're supposed to do to deliver that the society we signed up to become. Thirdly, we believe there can be no trust without accountability and no democracy without trust. And when they say trust is the currency for democracy, and we heard that very ably and eloquently from our Auditor General, and I looked very briefly at the comments made by the Pub Protector yesterday and the other esteemed guests. The message has been the same, which means we are preaching to the choir here. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be moving, but I will move from this side. So public governance currently is challenged not just because of difficulties of governing, but we're governing in a poly-crisis world. And the risk of making mistakes is higher in crisis situations. And there is turbulence globally. There's always been turbulence. I mean, I've often spoken about the VUCA myth, but nobody can contest the reality that you, those of you who are in government, have to make difficult decisions at the speed of lightning at a time when there's extreme volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And sometimes the instruments we use to govern do not anticipate all of those ambiguities. And in this world, when we do not follow the procedures, when we do not govern according to the blueprint, some of the challenges that have emerged include poverty, hunger, and inequality. Let me tell you just very briefly a fable that will run through this whole story. Everyone probably who's, oh God, you all look too young. Okay, but maybe you have grandmothers. If not, let me be your grandmother for today. If you aren't being Melo's grandmother. So there's a fable that we grew up with, which is how we were taught ethics, the fable of Gimba. So Gimba was the most competent young person, and the chief wanted to appoint a successor, and he only had girls. It must have been a sexist society. So Gimba was assigned a task that was going to give him two things: to marry the princess and to become the next king. It was famine, just like in our poly-crisis world, some of our people are hungry, and your service delivery is often about food parcels. It's often about transferring monies, SRD grant, and things like that. So anyway, Gimba, being chosen one, was went away to collect food from a neighboring village. I'm not sure whether it was procurement, AG, PP, I'm not sure whether it was procurement, but the story, which of course is a recollection from childhood, was to just go and collect the food. And Gimba did get food, lots and lots of food. And we know in Africa, we say leaders eat last. So it was presumed that Gimba would obviously follow that route. So, and on coming back though, Gimba became hungry, just as people often become hungry, not necessarily for food, but for money, but sometimes literally for those food parcels. So he became hungry and he started nibbling, like those clerks who start nibbling at the money, not nibbling at the food. And then, as they say in corruption, it starts with need and it ends with greed. And Gimba started enjoying the food and no longer eating it because he was hungry. He started eating it because he was greedy. And he finished all of it. Well, PP would know that, PP team, you would know that there have been cases where the RDP houses were not built. Yes. So Gimba had to make up a story of what then does he accountability. Public service is about accountability. So he comes back and he tells them, I did look for the food, but they had no food. They also are now experiencing a famine. And the king kept his word that you did go, and it's not your fault that there was no food anymore. So Gimba then had to marry the princess and become the next king. So they started a service. First, it was going to start with a marriage, and then he was going to then go through a coronation as king. And then the service happened. And then enter Simba. Simba in Zimbabwe is a very good word. It's a good name, but in Zulu, Simba means something else. So Simba comes into the room and starts screaming and says to Gimba, why did you eat all the food? The people were hungry, and it names everything that Gimba had eaten. And of course, Gimba tries to chase it away, to chase Simba away. But anyway, the horses bolted. The backstory is that along the way, though, Simba had appeared after Gimba had gimbaed all of the food, that's gobbling all of the food, and then relieved himself. So his feces or excrement collected itself and became a person. And then it followed him. And of course, that's a paper trail, that is, and then of course, Simba then becomes, if you may, your whistleblower. So Gimba had bitten Simba and sent him away. And when Simba kept following him, he chopped him and powdered him and buried him. And he thought he had done properly. Just like those people who killed Diakoram, they probably thought, end of story. But life doesn't always end like that. Anyway, so the story is, in any event, then the truth was discovered, and then Gimba lost everything. He didn't marry the princess. He didn't become the king. But from a process of oversight, I want us to think about what went wrong in the story. Because yes, Gimba gets to be held accountable, but there is no food. So oversight is to prevent Gimbaing the food. And it's then about putting systems, because humans are humans. And so my next slide is the slide that shows that in this country, it was understood that there may be Gimbas among us. And former President Nelson Mandela said that even the most benevolent of governments are made of people with all propensities for human failings. The rule of law, as we understand it, consists in a set of conventions and arrangements that ensure that it is not left to the whims of individual rulers to decide on what is good for the populace. And then he goes on to, I'm not going to read the whole to save time, but he then talks about that's why we created these additional innovative institutions such as the Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, and an elevated Auditor General, Independent Electoral Commission, CGE, etc., to ensure that people are never without recourse when their rights have been violated. And so oversight is not just to make sure that people do not gimba the food, but it's also to make sure that they procure the right food and they deliver it where it is supposed to be delivered. So it's got a much broader process. So I've already indicated, though, that in a polycrisis time, dropping the ball is more likely. And that becomes even more important, therefore, to have a system. Nelson Mandela told us that we had the system that included not just these additional institutions, it also included the Constitutional Court. I'm always reading books, even today, 30 years into democracy, that says we have 3 arms of government. I'm still reading books written by professors that say we have 3 arms of government. That's why we fought the Nkandla judgment. We ended up with the Nkandla judgment, was to say to people, intentionally or unintentionally, we did create a 4th arm of government. Because Chapter 9 is not part of the legislature, it's not part of the executive, and it's not part of the judiciary. It's a chapter, lawyers would say sui generis, but I don't want us to go there. I want just to say, oversight to happen effectively, just thinking about Gimba's story, it has to be guardrailed within a systems approach. And I suggest that you need a lighthouse approach. Why are you doing it? Because as the AG told us, if you're just looking at people counting the beans, people are going to count the beans. If you're looking, is everyone following procedures? My God, we've seen people following all of the procedures, but you will remember those cases like on the point of tenders, etc., where the truth is hidden under those procedures that have been followed. So you've got to take a lighthouse approach. A lighthouse, if those who are young, you wouldn't have known navigation other than aerodynamics, which is more airline navigation. But sea navigation, the boats and ships depend on a lighthouse. So if you're on a journey, you've got to think about which lighthouse am I going to, and therefore navigate according to where you're going to. And so your oversight is not just mindless oversight. Your oversight is guardrailing to make sure that the society we want to become, we do become it. And so with the lighthouse approach, one of my colleagues suggested 3 Ps, and I suggested an additional P. So you've got to be very clear about the purpose. So it has to be constitutional purpose aligned. The second part of it is that it has to be principled. So not just the ethics that are written in the Constitution, but principles. What are the principles of what you're doing in your organization? If people, for example, are going to jump a rule, what principle are you planting in your system? Because once government teaches people how to behave, by its own behavior. What we do and what we don't do, we teach people. The third P is plan. You must have a plan. Because it's more difficult for people to deviate when there's a plan. And one of the things I love is standard operating procedures. Because you then have to ask a person, we have a standard operating procedure. Why did you do it differently? And the last P, which I added to Prof. Kopman's approach, was we know that even if you have a purpose, you have principles, you have a plan, if you do nothing, nothing will happen. So you need performance. Now, the next one is just very quickly, the slide then says, oversight, we must understand it happens within a context. Our constitution was designed with systems thinking in mind. And that's why when people jump parts of it, something falls apart. And engineers will know that just pulling a small thing out of a system can collapse the whole system. Now, it's a constitution with a clear vision of society, character of the state. So oversight starts with, are we recruiting the right people? Are we recruiting people from top, from politics to the cleaner? Are we recruiting people who will reflect the values that underpin the Constitution? Because you can't give power to somebody who's been unethical outside. Once you have power, you'll be even more unethical. And you will also, if you're in power, you will also corrupt those around you. And that's what we saw with state capture, where it's very clear that some people found themselves in need. I said it starts with need to greed. So sometimes the need is not you're hungry, the need is the need to keep your job. And one of the corruption papers I've written talks about women in corruption, gendered corruption, and it talks about how vulnerable women are because they don't have political capital, how vulnerable they are. And I tell the story of somebody from one province that I will not mention, who was a high performer. And when she refused to pay for wrong things, and I call her a graft blocker as opposed to a whistleblower, she lost her job. Well, as public protector, we got her back in, but they still gave her a different job as opposed to the previous one. So we need people, there's a vision of society, there's a character of the state, and I've indicated what sections of the Constitution define the character of the state. So when you are looking for people, you've got to think about, are these people aligned with the values in Section 1? Which includes the achievement of equality. And South Africans, again, I still get professors writing that there's a difference between equity and equality. Equality means you treat everyone the same, and equity means you differentiate when necessary. Not in South Africa, colleagues. We took what the Constitutional Court has referred to as the substantive notion of equality, which is you may treat people differently when necessary. You may even prefer someone when necessary. That's why we have the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, which has been approved by the courts. Minister of Finance versus Van Heerden. So those are our Section 96 ethics. And one of the greatest weaknesses we have in all of our organizations when in ethics, it's not corruption, it's inability to manage conflict of interest. And then things go south. 136 is for provinces. 195, my colleagues from public administration have mentioned it very well. The one part of the Constitution that I would like colleagues who work with government to include there is Section 237. Because we're not always corrupt by preferring our friends, but also by procuring what we don't need to procure and not prioritizing what the Constitution requires us to prioritize. Section 237 says the Constitution must be put first and constitutional responsibilities should be performed with diligence. So when we say we don't have money for the SRD grant, we've got to ask ourselves, what are we paying for that we shouldn't be paying for? Right, and then the structure of government, this is where oversight. I use oversight broadly as opposed to only parliament being oversight, because even the pub protector is an oversight body. It's just a polycentric accountability framework. But I don't understand. I do understand that with different legislation, oversight might be restricted to parliament. So Nelson Mandela has already indicated why we chose polycentric. It was to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. But also you can't capture all institutions. So that's the beauty of our institutions. That's why we say our democracy is made to last. So we have, we go beyond the trias politica. The last part in oversight, though, is global guardrails. If, for example, people should know now that if you are corrupt in South Africa, you might find yourself being held accountable through global enforcement of anti-corruption under UNCAC. You might find yourself being blocked from traveling to certain countries. You might find that if you have your money in certain countries, your money is going to be frozen. So that's still part of our integrity system. So poor oversight and non-compliance undermines social justice in two ways. One is direct, where the social justice matters are ignored by those who have to make sure we do the right thing. Nothing to do with corruption. Like, for example, Parliament having failed to make government implement Chapter 5 of the Equality Act. That's poor oversight. That is literally 24 years of passing a law and even being able to say to the UN, we have the Equality Act, not like we have half the Equality Act. I think we're making our president and ministers lie when we have a law that's half implemented, and then they go out there and say we have that law. But where is Parliament? The Human Rights Commission, on the other hand, did try to get the Department of Justice to implement Chapter 5, and the Public Protector did try and nudge a new Public Protector. They have promised that they'll do something, but that's a direct one where there are requirements to advance social justice and you don't do it, or you do it wrongly. And then it's indirectly when monies that are supposed to equalize opportunities, monies that are supposed to ensure socioeconomic rights, monies that are supposed to ensure that there's fairness in society, go away, because everything that we have to do for our transformative society have to be done with money, time, and institutions. So when we don't do that. Secondly, as part of oversight under constitutional guardrails, the international relations part is the UN has 8 principles of governance that we have to comply with. So again, I would say to those who are responsible for oversight, whether you're a public protector, public service commission, etc., you have to make sure that our government does not only comply with our constitution, it also complies with these international obligations. If there are these 8 principles to make sure that everything we do is participatory. We have been quite commended as South Africa when it comes to participation. We're not perfect, but we're one of the best in terms of how our processes do try to make sure. One of the things that have been praised is the process of IDPs. It could be improved, but it's one of the things we do best. Legislation, nobody sits in a little corner and come up with legislation. There's always consultation. You could say maybe the means of consultation exclude some people. Consistent with the rule of law, which we see it now by the Auditor General, transparency, responsiveness. Responsiveness is important in that everything we do has to meet everyone where they are. It's not enough to use one size fits all and say you're governing in terms of good governance. Good governance is not clean governance. Clean governance is just a dimension of good governance. Consensus-oriented, which is of course about building peace. Effective and efficient, you'll find that in chapter 10, which is section 195, and accountable. So accountable is extremely important. Lastly, as part of our oversight is section 33. Can I make an advert here? We created a course at Stellenbosch University as part of our contribution to a functional state. It's called Administrative Law for State Functionaries. We find that people tend to consult the law once the public protector is at the door, the auditor general is at the door, or somebody is suing you. The law needs to be consulted as you are making a decision. And it's easier. For example, I became public protector when I already had been a civil servant. It's easier when you understand the laws yourself. And so the administrative law for state functionaries is trying to do that. I know now, meaning of social justice quickly. Is there anybody who doesn't know what social justice means? I would say just take one thing. It's fairness to all. That's the John Rawls one. From our side, it's justice that embraces the humanity of everyone through ensuring equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. And this would be reflected in how we distribute the resources in our society, the opportunities, the benefits, the privileges and burdens. And you can just summarize it. A socially just society has an equitable distribution of both the burdens and benefits of living together and engaging in social cooperation. So that's social justice. There's no difference between economic justice and social justice. In fact, the concept was coined for economic justice. So people, they then ghettoize social justice to social welfare. So if I'm going to talk to you very briefly about social justice, the theory behind it is that a society that is stable must be a society that works for everyone, that is fair to everyone, where everyone who works hard can rise, where everyone who contributes to the society's well-being gets rewarded proportionately. Our Constitutional Court has also said social justice is a dimension of Ubuntu. And as we know, Ubuntu is a philosophy of living together in a system that is based on the reciprocity. I am because we are. I'll look after you because you're looking after me. But we have to look for future. We have to take care of the interests of future generations as well, because previous generations have taken care of our generation, of our own interests. And what is the theory behind it? I don't have time to talk about that, but the theory behind social justice is human beings generally want to live in a fair society. I've tested this principle 7 times in the past year with groups. I would go into a room, pick on someone. I would pick on my colleague who's wearing this beautiful peach dress, but I would have arranged it with her in advance. I walk into the room and I would say, well, I did it recently with my colleague Diane in Canada. And I just walked into the class and I said, I don't like the leopard print dye. I've told you that I don't like leopard print. Please go away. And off she went, looking really, really sad and broken. And I had to talk to lawyers about justice and racism. And they let her leave. Then we asked, but what I noticed, which proves the idea that people want to live in a fair society, was the body language of everyone in that room was saying, we are sad. We might not have the tools to engage you. We might be afraid of your power, but we don't like what you've just done. They didn't say that, but I could read it. But there were 2 things. So the one lesson was that people don't like injustice. But also another lesson in these 7 instances that I've tried is, why do people, going into oversight, which is my next slide now, that table, but you probably won't be able to see the table properly, is why do people allow impropriety? The fear of those in power. The fear that we ourselves are going to suffer. Somebody's going to pick on us. The need to stay in that circle of belonging. people do that. And I've done this with students, and everyone has indicated they were afraid. They thought because I was in power, I would do something terrible to them. They thought because I'm in power, I have the right to decide who wears what. So of course, this is wearing things, but then those people who are saying violate the rules when it comes to public procurement. Those people who in parliament are saying, okay, this one we will deal with it differently. If you are ordinary members and the people who are saying this matter should be given special treatment, you are afraid. So how do you become not afraid is working within the system and understanding how the totality of the system. Can you see that I've painted here what I think is the totality of the system of our polycentric oversight and accountability institutional arrangement. We have parliament for political oversight, and I've indicated what are they responsible for, which is practically everything. The executive, whose nature is sometimes political, sometimes administrative, sometimes quasi-judicial, because if you look at, we got from the executive yesterday, we heard from the Competition Commission. So the Competition Commission falls within the executive, but it has some quasi-judicial powers. Then we have the public protector, it has administrative oversight. And the Auditor General, the oversight is administrative, Human Rights Commission, administrative, Public Service Commissioner. Then we have you and me and the media. When we think of our oversight and accountability system, we don't think about the power of social accountability. What I learned personally as a public protector is that how the institution survived during my time was the strength of the oversight in the other areas. Well, Parliament was a little bit weak, but the judicial system was strong, and the social accountability was amazingly super strong. So social accountability is citizens directly holding those who exercise public power and control over resources directly, without going through the public protector, without going through the courts. Now, the best way, what we teach in constitutional law final year, is the best way is to combine things. If you look at the TAC cases, it worked better because they combined judicial oversight with social accountability. If you look at, again, the cases that we dealt with during my time as public protector, it doesn't matter whether it was the big one or the small ones, a combination. I mean, I remember one case, for example, I'm not going to deal with the big ones. I'm going to deal with the case of the rape victim, the one who had been sent away 8 times, and her matter had not been dealt with in court until they saw it and picked it up. And once we picked it up, we made sure that there was still media attention to it. So again, you're working on the public protector oversight part, but you also having a society being engaged. So a combination of these works much better. Now, the last column there says, what are the implications for social justice of each of these institutions? It's yes, all of them have implications. I remember I once went to a conference on land, and colleagues said, we didn't know where to put you, colleague, because we couldn't see the social justice part here. Seriously. It was fellow professors who have written books, and so we couldn't see the social justice part. Everything has a social justice dimension. If we go, when Luigi Taparelli coined the concept in 1843, it was about how do we equitably distribute the fruits of social cooperation. And it was during the first industrial revolution, where people were working hard, but they were poor. So everything has a social justice dimension because everything has implications for fairness. So there's no social justice in a little corner and everything else has to be unfair. In fact, if we do what the Auditor General wants us to do, what the Public Protector wants us to do, we will not only get social justice, we'll get human rights. Even though their focuses are on administrative errors, but if we eliminate those administrative errors, the first part is we save money. and we direct our processes in the right place. So that enhances our ability to build a more socially just society. Mindful of the fact that South Africa, we inherited a society that was designed to be socially unjust. And it's not an accident, as John Rawls thinks, that societies become socially unjust accidentally, like a normal monopoly game is you go to jail, you make a bad investment, that's social injustice by accident. In South Africa, when I teach social justice, I use something called a rigged monopoly game, because you're not unequal, you're not poor because of misfortune, you're poor because previous governments sat in a little corner and decided to create laws to design an unequal society. And that society remains unequal unless we disrupt it. But if we steal money, if there isn't adequate oversight to make sure that laws are implemented in the manner they were designed, then we're not in a position to rupture the pyramid society that we were made to become. The worst thing with inequality and poverty is that if they're not arrested, they grow. It's the principle of exponentiality. So look at us. Great laws, great constitution, but we're the most unequal society in the world. Poverty before COVID was at 55.5%. Do you know among Africans, those classified by law as Africans, where was poverty just before COVID? 64.2%. And it's not because we're evil as a society. It's number one, we have to implement all laws as they were designed. And I like when the Auditor General said, it's important that we don't subscribe to this culture of being selective or elective when it comes to implementing our own laws, because there's a science behind the laws we've designed. Secondly, of course, those who oversee things, make sure that we implement the laws, make sure that we implement the rules, make sure the money goes where it's supposed to go. Lastly, make sure that we don't procure exorbitantly. The next slide, okay, this slide though, the slide that you see now after the yes one is one that looks at quickly the state of oversight and accountability. The good news is, I think in Gauteng it's improving. Am I preferential because I come from Gauteng? Maybe it's because I sit in the Gauteng Anti-Corruption and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, and I work with the investigations team. I chair that. I think there was a book that I have that's called Factfulness. I think sometimes we're a little bit alarmist. No, we're still a long way to go. But I see some green shoots. Do you see them? Am I the only one who's seeing green shoots? Thank you, ma'am. Because people think I'm imagining it, or some. I've seen that there are green shoots. So that slide shows you, for example, Gauteng, and maybe the public protector can confirm that there has been an increase again in compliance with decisions. She's stone-faced. So I don't know whether our report is lying. No, I'm sorry, in Gauteng, there are common departments that just don't seem to, like the health sector, just seems to be quite problematic. So there I've given you where I think the problem is, that slide, and you can read it at your leisure. I indicate what is the area of responsibility of that oversight, what is the state of compliance, red flags, and what are the social justice implications. I want to just maybe summarize to say, we need firstly to ensure that the laws and rules that seek to advance social justice are implemented. First, even before we stop maladministration and corruption. Why do I say this? Is that people who are not benefiting from clean governance don't care about good governance. You get what I'm saying? People who don't benefit from clean governance, which is narrow, don't care about good governance. So when people are implicated in maladministration, in corruption, and including state capture, go back to the very same people who have been indirectly hurt by the redirection of resources and say we are being persecuted, guess who's going to support them? The ordinary person. They might not like the person, but they don't like the status quo. Because I want you to go and think about this. Are we a democracy or are we an oligarchy? So an oligarchy is when the decision makers are mostly elites and most decisions are made to meet the elites where they are. So a social justice society wants all your laws to be tailored for all. So when you tailor for all, when you pass a law, you have to know who is going to be impacted and how are they going to be impacted. Will they be able to take this benefit? And if they're not going to be able to take this benefit, you've got to choose it a different one. I don't think we're an oligarchy, but we can become one. There are oligarchic tendencies, but we are a democracy. So what is the risk we have is that we can become a fully fledged oligarchy where some elites who have been excluded from the pie mobilize the people and say, we want to change the system, you will do better. And because people are thinking anything is better than this, they're going to go with them. And we're all going to be losers, including the people. So the next stage is not going to be a better democracy. The next stage is going to be anarchy. And these are things that some of the Greek philosophers have dealt with. I don't want to go deeply into that. But I just want to say, let's look at the last column though and say what needs to happen. I do think that Parliament might need to come up with a committee that is bigger than the small committees, that at least meets once a year. Not Parliament, a committee, the oversight committees, that has one committee that meets once a year, and that possibly includes members of the Planning Commission, so that it's a little bit depoliticized. You can bring in members of the Planning Commission to just look at what has Parliament decided that wasn't implemented? What has the Auditor General decided that wasn't implemented? Public Protector, etc. But also, what have the courts been flagging through the administrative justice decisions of the court? And then to help the system to do better, because the idea is not to find you doing wrong. The idea is to help you to discover a better way of doing things. So that's just one of the things that I would suggest. On social justice, I would then be suggesting an approach where you do anticipatory impact assessment, and we have made a suggestion on how that is going to be done. Lastly, we're also suggesting that you make it an ethical violation by the minister or the head of department if they don't implement without good reason. Because sometimes it's not they are saying no and they're going to court. They just sit and don't implement. So that should be made an ethical violation and people fined for that. I'm not happy about the courts going for personal fines against people in the executive and the legislature. I think we're criminalizing, we're bringing in the criminal law. And I don't think criminals should be people who have stolen Criminals should be people who have done something that is not just unethical, but that is dishonest. So I would like that, because I'll tell you what, if we all seen as criminals, there's no loss of face when you're a criminal. If we're all criminals, then those who are real criminals don't lose face. Right. Lastly, mindless oversight is not oversight and does not foster accountability as contemplated in the Constitution. Oversight should not just check that the rules were complied with. Equally important is ensuring that public governance progressively transforms South Africa from the country that was inherited into the society envisaged in the Constitution. This goes beyond stopping Gimbas from gobbling public resources. And it includes ensuring that all laws, policies, and programs are aligned to the transformative governance ethos in the Constitution, at the heart of which is the advancement of democratic governance, social justice, and fundamental human rights. As Stellenbosch University and the Tuma Foundation, we did a social media assessment of what do people think. There was a dissonance between what government thinks are priorities and what people think they need in their lives. But we found there was better resonance between what people want and what the Constitution promises. So it goes back to oversight by Parliament and oversight by some of these institutions to also check, is what you're prioritizing what you're required to do? Because making your life easier when inequality and poverty are increasing is not going to make life easier for the country. Because as long as the situation is getting worse, democracy is under threat. And of course, people will choose oligarchy, but oligarchy is not democracy. You will always get the replacement of one oligarchy by another. So the elites who have been excluded from one boat, they just create a new boat, but they use the ordinary people who are left out to be their cannon fodder. And then we get people saying our constitution is a Potemkin one and it must be torn. There's nothing wrong with the constitution broadly. There may be things that need to be fixed, but the fact that land has not been sorted out, for example, is not a constitutional problem. It's the failure to implement the constitution. The fact that we don't have a massive program to advance equality in all areas of life is not because of the constitution. It's because Chapter 5 of the Equality Act has not been implemented 25 years later. We also suggest a particular approach to leadership in government, which is leadership that is ethical, purpose-driven, impact-conscious, and committed to serve. Lastly, these are my final thoughts. Oversight has to be anchored in constitutional governance. So it takes back to those 4 Ps, that you're not just looking at, did you follow the rules? It is, did you follow the rules substantively? Are your actions taking us to the society we signed up to become? And key to that, according to Arthur Chaskalson, are 3 goals in the Constitution: democratic governance, social justice, and fundamental human rights. And then, of course, oversight should do more than stopping maladministration or integrity violations such as Gimbas of this world. It should put the purpose of public governance at the center, understanding that at the core is transformative governance. If we're not changing South Africa into a more equal society, then our oversight is not doing enough. Even before it deals with the Gimbas, it has to make sure that we're progressively becoming who we want to be. But when it comes to the Gimbas, I'm with the Auditor General here. We need to take a systems approach where everything works together. When Madiba said even the most benevolent of governments have propensities for human failings, it means even somebody who's responsible for oversight might still have a blind spot. So when this system works together, it works best. And my experience as a public protector was that when we work together, we did best. And without the judiciary, without the media, without people, without Parliament, there were parts of Parliament that still did what they were supposed to do. In the greater scheme of things. And even Parliament itself, on certain occasions, it rose to the occasion. Lastly, my colleagues have already said a lot about leveraging technology. And one of my colleagues wrote a paper, I think 3 or 4 years ago, on using blockchain for better procurement, Professor Shope Williams, because everyone can see what's happening. But I've also just found, just using technology to make sure that nothing is procured without the system. And you could build into that technology something that tells someone when there's been a systems override. Because you can override the system. You can do like the banks. I mean, if the banks are able to take care of maladministration, we can do that. And I was very grateful to listen to Gauteng and what they're doing. I think it's marvelous. But what they're doing can also go into my next point there, where I'm talking about anticipatory impact conscious policy. So there, we're also asking that just general policies that have nothing to do with corruption, integrity violations, ethics, or just irregularities. Those policies should also always anticipate, will this increase inequality? Will it decrease inequality? And this takes me to what I said about these puzzle shops. We can't, every time we see crime, overreact and be transactional in how we solve things. We have to think about every action has to be still aligned to the Constitution. Because again, in the Nkandla, in the Nkandla report of the Power Protector, Secure and Comfort, we say government teaches people how to be. In the way you behave, you teach people. So arbitrary use of power encourages people to use power arbitrarily. And in any event, in terms of administrative law, in terms of Paja, you can't just wake up and say, because some people have violated the law, everyone else must suffer. You've got to make sure you identify the law breakers and you process them according to the law. So I'm glad that the approach that is being taken now is in line. But for me, it's also about social justice. And let's use again the example of these puzzles. Our people are linked. Well, everyone is our people. I don't want to come across as suggesting if you're a foreigner, you're not our people. There's several people that are a part of that ecosystem. Somebody's taking rent, somebody buys nappies or baby formula at night. So if you just close it overnight. An example is during COVID-19. Do you know how much money checkers got during COVID-19? When you decided that everything else should be closed except supermarkets, unintentionally, you took money from the townships to checkers and others. So that's not being evil. It's just they're not using these anticipatory impact assessment tools. So we suggest make that decision in a computer and harm people in a computer. And then when you realize that you have harmed somebody that you were not planning to harm, then you redirect. If that's the only option that you're going to use, then have a compensation strategy. And then lastly, which is a note made by the Auditor General, cultivate ethical leadership. Because ultimately they say culture eats strategy for breakfast, but it also eats ethical codes of conduct for dinner. Because without a culture of just doing the right thing and modeling doing the right thing, you're not going to get people to do the right thing. As Power Protector, for example, I was once asked, you being wrongly prosecuted for the fact that you said the Power Protector Act gives the power binding powers. You said that in one case, the SABC case. In the Home Affairs case, you said it's not binding. And one of the lawyers in the room said, it's very easy, PP. Just tell them you changed your mind. You were advised by a different law firm in Cape Town. You were advised by a different law firm in Pretoria. So my team, which is your team, ma'am, now, knew from day one, I held the view that the public protector has two kinds of powers. Appropriate remedial action means binding when you want it to bind, and recommend it if you wanted to recommend. So everyone would have known that I'm lying. So what would I have been saying to my team? We lie here when we're in trouble. So the message in terms of culture, I want to endorse the message that was made by the Auditor General, is that those who have the opportunity to model behavior, try to model the right behavior. Don't be that crab in the fable that we had as children, where the mother told her daughter, stop walking in a crooked way, as we might tell our colleagues. And the daughter looked at the mother, crabs walk in a crooked way, and said, Mama, I'm walking like you. So let's not be found walking in a crooked way and cultivating, therefore, a culture of lawlessness and failure to advance social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Madonsela, on that really, really insightful presentation and a testament really to the power of storytelling. If anything, I'm sure everyone was taking copious notes, and I'm sure all of your points and your sharing will make it to the declaration, no doubt. And for me, if there's one thing I will always remember from this is the story of Gimba and his friend Simbadi. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize. We are really, really running behind schedule, but we will want to still aim to go through, our program. But we're going to change it a bit slightly, and we are going to condense, unfortunately, some of the discussions without losing the richness, of course, of our discussions. So just going back to where we were initially on the program, I am going to call our panelists as I was starting to introduce Ms. Jane Marie Ongolo, the regional representative for the UN Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. I was talking to your colleague earlier on to say, I'm sure many of us didn't know that such an office exists, but nevertheless, just talking to her, the amount of good work that this office is doing. As she's walking up the stage, I'm just going to briefly introduce her. Ms. Jane Murray was appointed as the UNODC's, which is the UN Office of Drugs and Crimes, representative of the Regional Office for Southern Africa since February of 2022. Jane Murray has over 25 years of relevant, substantive, and managerial experience in national and international positions, including work at the continental level of the African Union Commission. During her career, she has served in various capacities and with different organizations, including the African Union Commission, the British Council, the International Labour Organizations, the ILO, national civic society organizations, and the government of the Republic of Kenya, where she hails from. She has worked on a variety of themes such as governance, drug control, crime prevention, and social protection and human rights. Jane Murray holds a doctorate in business and administration from Bulaken State University and a master's degree in developmental studies from Erasmus University in the Netherlands. Please join me in welcoming Jane Murray. Our next speaker on the panel would be Mr. Patrick Kulati, who is the CEO of Good Governance Africa. Again, I'm going to go very briefly through his bio. Patrick Kulati is the Chief Executive Officer of Good Governance Africa, Southern Africa Regional Office. He has a strong history of leading international NGOs and driving organizational growth, effectiveness, and profitability. He also has expertise in strategy development and execution, leadership coaching, fund development, stakeholder management, advocacy, and partnership cultivation. Patrick is a published author of A Gap in the Cloud, providing valuable insights and inspiration on personal and leadership resilience. He holds a master's degree in public administration from the University of Stellenbosch. As I had mentioned earlier, we are condensing our program a bit. So we are going to add a third panelist to this panel who was meant to do a presentation later on. Dr. Robert Nkuna, who I believe would not need much introduction. He is the Director General for the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Actually, his topic ties in very nicely with what we're going to hear from the other esteemed speakers. He's going to be talking about best practice for improved compliance, service delivery, as well as, service delivery, sorry. So I am going to start with the lady and ask you, Jane Marie, if you can come onto the podium.
Thank you very much, Madam Director, Moderator, and I'll stand on existing protocol, but really to thank the Public Prosecutor for having me here today. I am Jane Marie Ongolo, UNODC Regional Representative for Southern Africa, but I'm standing here today not in my capacity as UNODC representative, but representing the UN system in South Africa, the pillar that works on governance and brings together a number of the UN agencies working on governance issues. South Africa is represented by 17 UN agencies. So the work that we do as the UN in supporting the government relates to the different mandates of all the 17 UN agencies here in South Africa. But I would like to start by saying that our work focuses in accompanying the government in the process of serving the needs of all the people in South Africa, diligence that has been talked about by previous speakers, in a transparent and accountable manner to attain the sustainable development goals. And in doing this, capable states is a cornerstone, really, of ensuring transparency and accountability. We are guided, our work in South Africa is guided by the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, or the Cooperation Framework as we call it, the current one being 2020, covering the period 2020 to 2025, which has 4 priority areas: enhancing partnership with various stakeholders in South Africa, from the Chapter 9, Chapter 10 institutions, civil society, and different government departments. So the 4 priority areas are the following: inclusive, just, and sustainable economic growth as one area. The second area, human capital and social transformation. The third one we shall be speaking to, and which brought me here today, effective, efficient, and transformative governance. And the last one looks at climate resilience and sustainable management of natural resources. So when I look at the third pillar of the UN Cooperation Framework, which is the effective and efficient transformative governance, it really ties in with the topic of the consultation or the workshop these 2 days, in as far as supporting state institutions to deliver effective public services to all and ensuring that oversight bodies are strengthened. In this pillar, UNODC, which I represent, and UNDP co-chairs it jointly with DPSA, the DG who was here earlier on, my sister, Dr. Yoliswa. We share this group together, bringing all stakeholders to work on a number of areas that include providing support for the building of state capability, one, supporting evidence policy making and planning, supporting professionalization of the public service, and support to anti-corruption efforts and improvement of ethical standards. So really my presentation is focused on the platform that the UN therefore provides in working with different institutions to support capable states. So the UN country team, as I said, we are 17 institutions here, 17 agencies, mainly working with the following departments of government: cooperative governance and traditional affairs, especially through what we call the district development model, the Public Service Commission, all array of law enforcement agencies, and of course, civil society, and civil society includes the business community here. In the interest of time and looking at our pillar on effective and efficient transformative governance, I would just want to highlight some of the work, not just a little bit of work that has been done by some of the UN agencies to demonstrate the work that we do. And starting with UNDP. UNDP implements programs and projects to strengthen transformative governance and enhance service delivery to enable a capable developmental state and improve and promote inclusive participation in the implementation of national priorities, ensuring that no one is left behind. And through this, some of the work that UNDP has done, a notable one is supporting the implementation of the framework on the professionalization of the public sector, which was talked about in detail by DG DPSA. And in that regard, UNDP cooperates with the Public Service Commission, with the DPSA. And looking at the comments that came from the floor, what does really professionalization mean? So issues, the objective is to ensure that the public service is increasingly professional, accountable, and ethical. And by professionalization, moving to the point of ensuring that it's not only about merits, as the question that was asked from the floor, it's not about merit and skills only, but also about new character formation and mindset, really changing the culture of how people do things as civil servants. So that's one aspect, professionalization of the public service. The second aspect is the strengthening and reinforcing the oversight role of the Public Service Commission as the custodian of the values and principles of public administration. And the third area, UNDP joined forces with Activate, the Change Drivers initiative to enhance the citizen engagement. I think citizen engagement and participation is also something that kept on coming from the floor. And to enhance citizen participation, UNDP works very closely with the Electoral Commission of South Africa. So that's briefly UNDP in the governance space. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR as we call it, also participates in this governance space, and it seeks to ensure compliance and adherence by South Africa to fulfill its obligations under the UN human rights mechanisms in terms of reporting and implementation of recommendations, including increased engagement with human rights mechanisms by other oversight bodies, including the South Africa Human Rights Commission and civil society organizations. Then to my own organization, UNODC. We are the custodians of the Convention Against Corruption. That's the, as we call it, ANCAC, and its focus, and the focus of the work that we do with various institutions is corruption prevention through various means and mechanisms, including identifying sectors, public sectors that are vulnerable to corruption for corruption risk assessment. So as UNODC, our mandate relates to safety, working with institutions and the government to provide safety from drugs, from crime, from organized crime, from terrorism, from corruption, and from violence. All security issues that are central to service delivery. If we don't have adequate security, delivery of services becomes very important, very difficult. So in this regard, we provide technical assistance in a number of areas, including developing norms and standards, supporting the drafting of legal and policy frameworks, capacity building, research, development of various knowledge products. And part of the work in this regard has been related to capacity building and training of heads of anti-corruption agencies in South Africa and in the region, prosecuting authorities, as well as officials of these entities on the following topics that have also been mentioned as being very crucial. Recovery of assets that are proceeds of crime and corruption, strengthening beneficial ownership and transparency regimes, mutual legal assistance between states in the region, especially through a platform that we called ARENSA. ARENSA is the Interagency Africa Region, Southern Africa Region Agency Task Force for Recovery of Assets. And this has been extremely instrumental in helping South Africa and the countries of the region recover stolen assets. And I must say that ARENSA is, the Secretariat of ARENSA is the National Prosecuting Authority of South Africa, supported by UNODC. We also support with regulation of virtual assets by utilizing the World Bank Virtual Assets National Risk Assessment tools, and so on and so forth. But before I conclude, I would like to say that in our work with the National Anti-Corruption Authority Advisory Council has been very, very instrumental in monitoring and implementing recommendations of the Zondo Commission in particular. So, because our work as the UN system is anchored on the cooperation framework, of which I mentioned the 4 areas, we are in the process of revising the cooperation framework for the next 5 years. And I'd like to take this opportunity really to invite participation of all the relevant institutions to provide this platform for us to identify needs and issues that we can tackle together to ensure strengthening of different state organs to be able to deliver services. And as we are talking now, right now, there's a meeting going on that's evaluating the current framework and developing priorities for the next phase. And in that regard, the UN is working very closely with DPSA and also DFME, and I do believe your colleagues are participating in the meeting that's currently taking place. Why is it important? In terms of attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are really lagging behind as a country in South Africa, but a number of the countries globally as well. So the UN system has developed what we call new mechanisms and levers to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And 6 of the levers are so important for all of us in the room here. And so to the extent then that we can bring issues around these levers into the next cooperation framework would be very important. And the levers are food systems for food security, energy access and affordability, all the discussions around just energy transition, digital connectivity, we talked about it earlier on, education, jobs and social protection, climate change, diversity, laws, and pollution. These are all very intersecting and they have a potential impact on all the SDGs. But for us to then achieve these SDGs or these transitions, they cannot be achieved without effective means of implementation, including radical improvements in the utilization of science, again, as we talked about, technology, innovation, bridging the data gap, and strengthening of localization of the SDGs. And what does this imply? My last point, transformed policy regulatory frameworks through enhanced national public sector capabilities to deliver and implement policy action. So really for compliance and for oversight, unless we have strong and capable states that's accountable, but that's also trusted, as the Attorney General mentioned earlier on, we cannot move the needle. And with that, I hope I'm not standing between you and your lunch. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Jane Murray. I will not allow for any engagement right now because we need to allow Dr. Nkuna to come with his presentation and then we will have time, hopefully, to engage with our panelists. Over to you, Dr. Nkuna.
Okay, good afternoon, Program Director, Public Protector, AGSA, Commissioners of the Public Service Commission, and all of your colleagues. Now, with the limited time that I've been given, I'll go straight to the point. Now, when I was preparing, I was not informed that the Auditor General was going to be listening, and I hope that the issues that I'm going to raise are not going to attract more audits. So I put that disclaimer. Now, what are we all about, and I'm not going to follow the presentation, but just talk to it. What is the issue that we are grappling with? I'm going to talk about outcomes, because that is where the issue is, outcomes and impact in government. How we understand these concepts of outcomes and impact. So it goes like this. When you build a dam, that's an output. And when people have water, that's an outcome. Now, because people have water, what they then do is impact. So that is very important. Now, the question is whether in government we have been paying attention to outcomes and impact. And most of the time in our reporting when we go to Parliament, this has become a very big issue, where the PP will go to Parliament and say, we produced 20 reports. And the parliamentarians say, so what? What is the point about it? Now, listen to these ones. Other colleagues have heard me saying what I'm going to say now. I asked a very senior person at SAPS, AG, a question that let's take there is a community where on annual basis, 20 people die because of gun violence. Then we visit that community and say, we have worked very hard, too hard. From now on, only 10 people will die because of our hard work. Now, what do we expect the community to say to us? That no longer 20 people, but just 10. And that is what we do, and congratulate each other. And that community is amused as to, we don't want to die. We don't want anyone to die. So there can be a mismatch between the way we understand things and the way the communities understand, or including their expectations. I spoke the other day about the launches, that we build a clinic, construct a clinic for 3 million, organize a very big launch. and say to our principals, people love you because we have bussed people to the launch. Then the next day, there is no medication. And all sorts of things happen. The people are not being saved. But there was also a case of disaster management in 2022, where after disaster struck in Durban and other parts of KZN, we all went there individually. You had many ministers arriving, doing different forms of assessments. So there was no coordination of what it is that we're doing, such that it could be that the money that we spend traveling to go and see those people who are in the shelters is greater than the money that we eventually spend to help them. So it means that there are challenges in the way the state is coordinated. But this extends also to our relationship with the oversight bodies. Because other than the AGSA, no other oversight body came to us and say, provide us with reports of what it is that you are doing there. What the oversight bodies did, they just started their own processes to go and see those people there. In one time in Umlazi, when we arrived there were 2 other departments leaving. And we were going to ask people the same thing. So there are all sorts of challenges in how we have organized the state, that until we can best coordinate our efforts, we run a risk of not achieving anything. Now, what are we going to do, given just this highlight? We now have a new plan called the Medium-Term Development Plan. And the reason why we changed from what we used to call the Medium-Term Strategic Framework is because we want to emphasize outcomes, development outcomes, other than the outputs that we talk about. Fair enough, outputs are always very important, but they become a problem when we can't account beyond outputs. Now, when you talk about measuring outcomes, state entities are not the same. There are different state entities. And what I'm proposing as a way forward is that there are entities that are responsible for oversight. There are those of us who are responsible for coordination, and there are those that are implementing programs. Now, when you talk about outcomes, it will be different. So we need to have a clear conversation in the next few months on how best we deal with outcomes for the different set of state entities so that we don't use a one-size-fits-all. Lastly, we say that the oversight bodies publish reports, but until and unless there is a handshake with those of us who are on the other side, reports are not going to be implemented. Now, how can it work? PP, this is how to do it. So let's take DPSA and DPMA. If there are recommendations that are of a disciplinary nature, DPSA should be able to take them forward. But if there are issues that are systemic related to service delivery, we need to take that forward. So until we resolve that chasm, we are working at cross purposes. So out of here, we will meet with yourselves, DPSA, to then deal with these 2 issues of how we measure outcomes as far as we are concerned, but also how we integrate your own recommendations into the plans of government. AGSA, I hope I have done justice to what I'm paid for. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try and be short because I know that you are hungry, as I am. So I'll make it snappy as much as possible. The first point I want to make having listened to everything that has been said so far, since we met here yesterday, is that if you're looking at the oversight and accountability architecture of our country, it is predicated on what is called lag measure management rather than lead measure management. So by that I mean not lag in terms of this, but LAG. All right. So what this means is that we exercise oversight on the basis of what has already happened. And there's little that you can do about that specifically to actually make the change unless you turn the lag measure management into a lead measure management to make sure that you implement that. So let me explain. Are there people who have children here at school? Can I see by hand? I've got children at school as well. And so if your child, you want them to pass at the end of the year, so you monitor what they do every day they come back from school, how much time they spend working on their homework, how much time they spend studying, and all of that. Because what you are going to see at the end of the first term is a report that tells you what has happened. So it's a lag measure. There is nothing that you can do about that. You can only improve the following time, the following period. So if you're looking at our oversight architecture, it really has to change so that we can find ways of being able to real-time monitor what is happening so that we can improve this lag measure management. Now we can do that because if you look at the Zondo Commission, the Public Protector's report, the AG's report, they tell you after the time what has happened. When they look back into all of that, they find out and they say, this is how the picture looks like. But another important part which can help us is then to say, how do we use their findings to be able to say, okay, right now we're transitioning from this lag measure management to do. So for you to do that, you then need to have a strong ethical leadership that's going to take that information and make sure that the executives and everybody who's supposed to implement these recommendations and deal with the findings is able to do that. Because if you don't do that, then their work is going to be wasted. They're going to keep coming back and get these findings, but nothing is going to happen. Now, Professor Matonsela gave a parable here, so let me give you my own. There was a village where the people started seeing dead bodies showing up down the river. And then they decided, wow, what is going on? They helped the first one. They removed the first one who had died. But they realized that there were others who were coming, who were sort of like drowning and flapping away. And they saw all this. They started helping these people and making sure that they saved the ones. They established a saving club for people that were coming through this river. And they built an ambulance system. They realized that, well, we're getting more people coming. And they then decided to build a clinic and they built hospitals. But then someone said, where do these people come from? Because we're building all this infrastructure to deal with a downstream problem. And so he walked up the upstream and realized when he was there that the bridge that these people were supposed to be using had started crumbling. The guardrails were no longer there. So people had to walk across this bridge. They had no other option. And so if we are going to deal with the problems that the AG and others are finding, we've got to go to the upstream so that we are able to deal with the problems upstream. Now, one of the ways in which we can deal with the upstream, as I said earlier, is to have ethical leadership and trained staff. By ethical, I mean competent as well as trustworthy people. Because you can be trustworthy, but you are not competent. Or you can be competent, but you're not trustworthy, because education can make us competent. Someone was saying that the corruption that took place in this country took place at the hand of highly educated people, highly trained people. And so we need to have this ethical. So that's the point I wanted to make. But how do you monitor ethics? There are use of AI-based tools that can monitor people's conduct and analyze their potential conflict of interest and detect early signs of unethical behavior. I refer to this OVEC, or to this oversight and accountability model. There's a word that it uses. It uses the word detect. So by detecting, you need to have real-time capacity to check what is going on at the time. And so this is where technology comes in. This is where we need all of that coming through. Now I want to talk briefly about that, to say we need to strengthen oversight mechanism through data-driven governance. This requires real-time data that informs decision-making. Now, we as Good Governance Africa, we have a system we call Governance Performance Index, the GPI. This is a governance assessment tool designed to provide an independent and holistic portrait of the state of local governance in the country. We draw from several critical public data sources on the state of municipalities, including the AG, the Stats SA, the National Treasury, and all of that. And we produce this report every second year. We are now expanding it to the rest of the SADC region to have profiles of the cities. And because what we're trying to show, we want to use evidence-based information to be able to influence and improve the systems of government. And we've used it here, and with the help of the AG, we have managed to sort of improve this index, looking at a number of dimensions, including, for example, leadership and administration, service delivery, all of the financial management, all of those things help us to assess our government. So we're talking here about using data analytics in order to do this. So we have a unit which is called governance analytics and information that we have that helps us to do this thing. Now, there's another important part, which is, I think someone spoke about it, which is leveraging digital platforms to enhance transparency and civil and citizens' engagement. We need more people participating, but how can we use the kinds of technologies that are available to facilitate that? So, friends, I could have said more, but what I want to say is that what the PP and the DPSA has done in convening this meeting here has managed to bring together the right people in the room. And I think we can only do better in the future. But I'm sure that when we do this together, we can eliminate duplication, we can eliminate competition, but we can increase and enhance cooperation and communication among the different places. But the last point I want to make is that those of us who are outside the state system, the private sector and civil society organizations are very important as part of this architecture. We have to have these private partnership arrangements so that even the media and all the different players can help our country to move from where it is now. Because our country has a huge potential. We have the natural resources, we have the human resources, we have everything that we need. We have the sun, the nature, we have everything. I once listened, as I conclude, to a former CEO of Samsung. I think he's from South Korea. He said that in South Korea is just a rock with nothing much to go about, with no beautiful weather, with no beautiful tourism attraction things and so on. But they decided as a country that they were going to focus on technology. Today we use their technologies. But he said something about South Africa. He said, South Africa has everything that South Korea needs. You've got beautiful places where you can attract people to tourism. You've got everything that you need. So, but all of this, what we're trying to do here, is the hard rock, is the rock on which we have to build the country so that we can fulfill the potential that's brought by what we have. With that, I want to say thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. I won't spend too much time to summarize the key points from each of the presentations, but for me, I'm just picking up that there are definitely common themes in what has been shared, and also with regards to the earlier presentations. So if I can just maybe summarize for myself, the common themes that I'm catching is the capacitating of the state. It's quite a crucial one with regards to compliance and governance. The ethics and anti-corruption, it's another one. I think it came very strongly from you, Mrs. Ongolo, there, as well as the coordination efforts. I liked the example you used, Dr. Nkuna, around different organs of state replicating each other's efforts, and it talks to Prof. Mata's point as well, to say when we embark on any expedition of resources, we need to be asking ourselves, is it necessary? Is there better use of the resources that we can deploy elsewhere? And I think it will really go a long way to eliminate some of those duplication of efforts. Monitoring and evaluation tools, it's another one that I really picked up from the presentations. No questions. Okay, I was about to open for questions, but I'm sure we've all captured our salient points coming from the different presentations, and we're not gonna do a panel thingy with the panelists conversing amongst themselves. So I take it is lunch. Okay, all right, thank you, Lerato.
Thank you very, very much, and we appreciate all your contributions. A round of applause, please, as they go back to their seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would at this point like to acknowledge and welcome His Excellency Andreas Peschke, who is the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany. You are welcome, sir. A kind reminder from the ladies in the front, please could you remember to sign the attendance register for us before you leave here today. So maybe lunchtime would be a great time to do that. Thereafter, when you come back from lunch, we're going straight into our breakaway sessions. So we will not convene here after lunch. We go straight to Ekurhuleni 4 as well as Kwatema, which are the rooms on this side. There's only 2 breakaway sessions that we will be engaging on today. The first session has been dissolved. You will see on your program, we had 3 sessions. We are only doing session 2 and session 3. Session 2 is in the Ekurhuleni room, and this is where we will discuss the reform of the financial sector Umbat system in South Africa for improved services. And in the Kwatema room, we will be speaking on leveraging the media as a strategic partner for compliance and good governance. And with all of that said, I would like to release you for lunch. Thank you. Good question, very good question. It is now 10 to 05 to 3. Could I ask that we please be seated in the 2 rooms at 3:30? Does that sound fair? 30 minutes, yes? Wonderful, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are quite literally at the tail end of our program. For the purposes of time and for the purposes of progress as well, we are going to move along as follows. Thank you very much, firstly, for accommodating us this afternoon. As you would have noticed, we are no longer in our breakaway sessions. We are here, which now means that those 2 sessions that we were supposed to have are going to be incorporated right now in the form of presentations. And then we will then resume with our declaration, and that would be that for the afternoon. All right, I would like to now introduce Mr. Dumisani Hlope, who is the Deputy Director General at DPSA. He will be moderating the closing plenary. Thank you. A round of applause, please, as he comes up.
It's actually very dangerous to clap hands for me before I say anything. Because you don't know what I'm likely to say. Protocol observed. So as Lerato said, what we're going to do now is just to have to combine the whole exercise at the plenary issue. So the leaders who are supposed to lead the discussions at the breakaway sessions are going to take us through some of the points that they consider to be important, and we'll have discussions in that regard. So we are going to have, okay, so the first part is the state of oversight. Okay. Looks like I was at the bar during lunchtime. It's a confession, full disclosure. Okay, so the first one that we're going to deal with is the reform of the financial sector ombudsman system in South Africa for improved services. It was meant to be moderated by PPSA. We have got 2 people there who are going to make inputs. The first one will be Leanne Jackson, and the second one will be Miss Rihanna Stein. I will be very generous and give you 10 minutes each. And then it will be followed by, no, this one I will have to introduce again myself. So we can go with the first one, 10 minutes as a brief. That will be Miss Leanne Jackson.
Good afternoon, everybody. A slightly different format to what I was anticipating, but thank you to the Public Protector for the invitation and the opportunity to talk a little bit about a public entity that I'm guessing not many people know that much about, and that is the Ombud Council. The Ombud Council, and let me flick through this. The Ombud Council is a statutory body created by the Financial Sector Regulation Act to exercise oversight over the financial sector ombud schemes. So a slightly different animal to the ombuds, the other ombuds that have participated in this process. The mandate, I won't go through in detail, seeing as what was going to be a slightly longer session is now curtailed to 10 minutes, but is really, to paraphrase it, is to make sure that the financial sector ombud system works for financial customers and is effective and accessible and so on. And of course, I suppose the relevant to our topic today is, yes, we are an oversight body over the ombud schemes, but really what's important is the ombud system itself as a mechanism to enable financial customers, ordinary South Africans, to hold private sector financial institutions to account and obtain redress. I won't go into the background. I'm sure these slides can be made available, but we're a pretty new kid on the block in terms of the public sector environment, and only became listed as a 3A public entity at the start of the 2023-24 financial year. Our statutory functions include monitoring the performance of the financial sector ombud schemes, granting recognition to industry ombud schemes because they are both statutory and industry schemes, and just coordinating and cooperation between the systems. Important to note, the Ombud Council is not a complaints resolution body in itself. In fact, that would be contrary to our mandate. Part of our mandate is to protect the independence of the ombud schemes themselves. So we are there to exercise oversight, but not to get involved in the consumer complaints themselves. And we're also not an appeal body or an escalation mechanism in relation to ombud decisions. We do have a full suite of regulatory powers and enforcement powers, quite similar to the powers that the Financial Sector Conduct Authority has in relation to financial institutions, but our powers are over ombud schemes and ombuds themselves. So they're lawmaking powers. We can make binding subordinate legislation. We can and there are various enforcement tools and supervision tools available to us as well. We're de facto the regulator of the ombud system. But the important thing I wanted to talk about today is the reform of the financial sector ombud system that is underway at the moment. It's going through quite far-reaching changes. Until March of this year, we had a very fragmented financial sector ombud system. It comprised 7 different ombud schemes. There were 5 industry schemes, one for long-term insurance, one for short-term insurance, one for banking, one for credit, and a small, very niche scheme that deals specifically with the JSE. And then in addition, there were the 2 statutory schemes, both of whom you heard from yesterday, the phase ombud and the pension funds adjudicator. So all of those comprise the universe, but back in 2020, the FSCA and the Treasury commissioned the World Bank to conduct a comprehensive diagnostic of the system, which highlighted the serious fragmentation and the need for consolidation and improvement to improve the effectiveness of that system. And National Treasury published its policy response to those proposals, supporting the vast majority of them in a policy paper published in February of this year, entitled A Simpler, Stronger Financial Sector Ombud System. The changes that they've proposed entail a lot of consolidation further consolidation of the ombud system. So the statutory phase ombud is intended to merge into an overarching scheme, and at a later stage, the pension funds adjudicator. But these changes will take some time. So the important step that has happened in the interim is that the 4 industry schemes I spoke about, banking, long-term insurance, short-term insurance, and credit, have voluntarily amalgamated to form a new industry ombud scheme called the NFO, the National Financial Ombud. And speaking straight after me, Rihanna Stein, the lead ombud of that, the head ombud, sorry, of the NFO, will tell you more about that. But from the Ombud Council's perspective, we're really pleased about this development. We granted recognition to the scheme. Industry schemes require recognition from the Ombud Council. They can't just up and announce themselves as ombud schemes. So we worked with them on the process, and I'm sure Rihanna will share more detail, but recognition to that scheme was granted in March 2024. So there's no more banking ombud, there's no more credit ombud, there's no more ALTI and OSTI and those schemes. It is now the NFO. And this diagram, it might be a little bit small, I think illustrates the evolution of the ombud system. So until March of this year, you had the Ombud Council overseeing, as I said, 5 different industry ombud schemes and the two statutory schemes. The current scenario is we've consolidated that now down to 4. The 2 statutory ombud schemes are still in place, the phase ombud and the pension funds adjudicator, but the industry schemes, with the exception of what I said is a very, very focused small scheme that deals with quite a small handful of complaints, the JSE scheme. With the exception of that, South African financial customers now only need to worry about 3 places to go. They need to go to the phase ombud if their complaint is about financial advice they've received that's not, or the sale of financial products. They need to go to the pension funds adjudicator if their complaint relates to the way their retirement funds are products are being looked after. And they need to go to the NFO, the industry scheme, for pretty much anything else. So all banking, all insurance related, and all credit related consumer complaints can now be referred to the NFO. A further step, which is going to require legislation in the medium term, is going to be for the phase ombud to also merge into the NFO, but the structure of the NFO, it's not going to be, according to Treasury's proposals, it is not going to be a statutory scheme similar to the pension funds adjudicator and the phase ombud. It's going to be independent of both government and the public, but it will have some level of statutory underpin just to confer its powers and to grant it some status, but it will not be a creature of statute or a public entity as the others are. And then the ultimate plan in due course at a later stage is to also move the pension funds adjudicator into the consolidated framework. That's further down the line. The World Bank recommended that that be a subsequent step because of the complexity and the range of stakeholders involved in the pensions environment. And it was considered too big a bite to try and deal with all of these levels of consolidation at once. From the Ombud Council's priority perspective, we really just focused on getting supporting these legislative reforms, which we're strongly in favor of. But in the interim, looking at further streamlining between the schemes that are there to make sure that they're just starting to work in a more coordinated manner so that they're ready for the further consolidation at a later stage. And then what I don't have time to talk about today, but a very strong focus of ours and part of our statutory mandate is to also enhance consumer awareness and education about the Ombud system, how it works, what it does, and to teach financial customers that they have a right to fair treatment, that they have a right to complain when they don't get fair treatment, and that the Ombud system is available to them. So I'm just lastly going to chat quickly about what I see as the value and the importance of an effective financial ombud system and why the financial ombuds matter. I think importantly, redress, access to fair and cheap and entirely free in this instance, redress is a really important underpin to the broader consumer protection framework that exists in the financial services legislation. The system works, it helps lots of people, and I'm sure Rihanna will share some of the NFO stats with you, but in the last financial year that reported on, there were well over 40,000 actual formal complaints that were handled across the two schemes. That's aside from many thousand more just queries and referrals and so on, but these were ones that the schemes actually dealt with. And and I say at least 545 million was returned to financial customers because those are only the instances where the actual conclusion was a monetary payment. In some instances, like the pension funds adjudicators determinations, for example, some of them are not a specific order to pay money, but to go back, recalculate and fix the problem, which will then also result in hopefully some financial compensation. I think what's important is that by providing redress to customers who have been prejudiced by the advice they received, you're basically enhancing confidence in the financial institutions and the financial system, because by using a licensed financial provider, and I know the FSCA, the conduct regulator of the financial sector, really tries to push this message. Please deal with licensed entities. Please deal with licensed entities. One of the freebies that comes with dealing with licensed entities is that you get access to this whole ombuds mechanism as well. Promoting consumer education is something the schemes themselves do as well, which is really valuable. And the Ombud system is obviously supportive of financial inclusion initiatives because it helps to build confidence in the financial. We've heard lots about trust today, and trust in the economy, trust in the financial system is good for the economy, and ultimately good for growth in our country. And if people have this redress, that helps them. I won't spend too much time. I think also just to emphasize that, of course, ombud schemes, part of the beauty of an ombud is that they are not confined only to applying the letter of the law, the terms of the contract involved, but can apply principles of fairness and equity. So they give the ombud system gives flesh to the treating customers fairly philosophy that underpins financial sector conduct regulation. And importantly, besides their job or their reactive job of resolving disputes, the Ombud system is a very, very valuable source of proactive information, because the complaints-related data and the trends that are identified through complaints information obviously enable informed, evidence-based supervisory enforcement and ultimately policy responses. So it's both the reactive, the response to a problem, but also focusing on the solutions. So the quick crash course in the system, and I think, I'm not sure if there's scope for questions. No, I'd probably better. Okay, must I come and take a seat? Okay, thanks.
Can I maybe just get my presentation up? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity and for the invitation. I really appreciate it. I think just to check if everybody's still awake, can I maybe just, with a show of hands, ask, how many of you have heard or seen about the NFO? Nobody? No? Oh, there, thank you, 2 people, 3. Well, that's good that we at least have 3 people in the room that have heard about us. And that despite, I counted before I arrived here today, we did about 600 interviews and publications since the 1st of March. And I think it's one of those things that, you talk about teachable moments, that unless the information is really relevant to you, you don't notice it. If you're not in the car market, you're not going to listen to the car sales pitch, and if you're not wanting to buy a bed, you don't care about the mattress advert. And I think a little bit about the Ombud schemes are similar. People who are looking for an Ombud because they've got a problem, they'll find us, because if they Google, they will find us. But if you're not interested, the message apparently just gets lost. So in the interest of time, I'm going to also likely and skip over some of the background information. So the Ombud Council is our regulator, and they are the regulator of this newly formed National Financial Ombud Scheme. And as you've heard, we consist of previously 4 schemes that operated for more than 20 years, to between 20 and 25 years in this country. And I think those schemes were sort of known. The Banking Ombudsman was a little bit known. The Short-Term Insurance Ombudsman, also because they advertise on TV all the time, people knew about them. But now there's this new scheme on the block, and it's an amalgamation of everybody that was in those schemes, and we do all the work that they used to do. And when you hear about credit, what is credit? Credit is all the clothing accounts, the furniture accounts, all the micro loans. That is what is in the credit pool. Life insurance and all banking. Those are the 4 former schemes that's now into 4 divisions of the NFO. And what we say is that the amalgamation of these schemes is really one of the single most empowering advancements in the financial ombuds arena in the past 2 decades. So things were going in a certain way. They were small schemes. When I say small, 20, 30 people. The one scheme was only 14 people, handling consumer complaints free of charge over these years. And now we have a much more bigger organization in 2 centers. And I will just quickly touch on how we interact with the clients. We do believe that we now have the capability to serve the public interest better. We are definitely more able to go to the consumers where they are and create awareness. Previously when there was a government, sort of awareness campaign, there would be 4 tables and each Ombud scheme would be standing there trying to explain to consumers, here's our pamphlet and this is what we do. And then the next one would say something different. That's obviously very difficult for consumers to remember. And now we want to give this message that if you've got any financial problem, you must just remember to phone this number and we will sort it out for you. We will find out which department must deal with your complaint, because we've kept the specialization in different departments. Those people have 20 plus years experience in dealing with the different types of complaints. So we've kept that in departments, but if you just give us one call, we will find out where you belong. So we are continuously leveraging the successes of those old schemes, but also trying to improve. I'm not going to go into vision and mission. Yes, we want to be a world-class ombud scheme, and we are benchmarking ourselves against the best in the world. We're learning a lot from our colleagues internationally, especially also the UK and Australia, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that South Africa has the best financial ombud scheme that there is. I think when I look at our principles, something that I just want to touch on is openness and accountability. So we will share our statistics with our regulators, with the participants. They've got real-time access to our system, our case management system, where they can see their stats on a daily basis. So nothing is going to be hidden. We will publish our statistics and we will share it with the regulators on an ongoing basis. As I said, we've got these different divisions. Let me not go into that. Our statistics. Let me just share with you what we've done only since the 1st of March. So we've opened 37,000 cases. We've closed and finalized 27,000 cases. We recovered 153 million for consumers that if it wasn't for us, we believe the consumers would not have had that money because they often tried and battled and fought, and then they come to us and we manage to try and resolve those matters in their favor. We've taken 87,000 calls, and further on in the stats, I will also show you that we've answered, I think, 83,000 emails and 10,000 WhatsApps. We've also serviced about 500 walk-in consumers. Now, those are consumers that just simply arrived at our offices in Rosebank or in Cape Town without appointment, and we will see the people. And often it is for assistance to fill in the complaint form. Or they just come to us and say, they don't know what to do, here's the problem. And then one of our consultants will sit with them and say, well, you need to fill in a complaint form so that we can deal with this matter and we can log your complaint. Telephonically, we assist consumers, we can take telephonic complaints because we do realize that not everybody has access to the internet all the time. But if they can phone us, we understand that also airtime is in some areas very precious and people are unemployed. We will phone back. So the offer must always be made by our call center agents. Do you want me to phone you back? Do you want me to take your complaint telephonically? Because you don't have to fill in the form. But there is a website. So on the website, there's a form. You can, people who are tech savvy can just fill it in, press submit, and we have the complaint. And of course, you can also print the form and still email it. Emails, we do receive a lot of emails, people who don't fill in the form, but they tell us the story on email. They either have a Gmail address or from the work, and we will assist those people to fill in the complaint forms. So that is what we've achieved in the first 8 months. And obviously, that's for a new organization, we are pretty proud of what we've achieved. That from day one, we were logging complaints. There was absolutely no downtime. We have been preparing for this for the last, I would say, 2 years full time. In our individual schemes, we kept on running the old schemes and we were also working on this new scheme. So that on 29 Feb, we were 4 schemes still taking complaints. And on 1st of March, immediately they switched over to a new website and a new call center and a new scheme. But we will also go from strength to strength. It's by no means that we say we've arrived after 8 months of being in business. We will grow and we will also grow our footprint. So I've got more stats there, which I'm happy to share the presentation with everybody who wants to get access to this. Happy to share. 2 minutes left. Okay, I'll finish in 2 minutes. That's just a pie that, and I think if you look at that pie, you will see how difficult it must have been for consumers to figure out where they must go. Because that's sort of the top categories of complaints that we deal with. Very colorful pie, and you'll see it's a little bit of everything. Personal loans, then a savings account, then a motor thing, then a life home, then homeowners, current account, a credit card, commercial, those are policies, insurance policies. So all of that is now in one place, and we will figure out how to deal with it in our divisions. But previously, the consumers had to figure out where they must go. That's just another slide to show how we awarded that amount of money. And that's the slide to say of the emails we've answered and the WhatsApps, because we want to be accessible. And a lot of people actually, they're quite adept at only communicating via WhatsApp. We send the complaint form, they complete it, we communicate with them. And that's me.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for that insightful input. So because this is a particular subject matter, before I take the third presentation, and because Leanne needs to catch a flight, I think we can take questions. I'm sure they won't be able to sort out your debt issues, but they can assist somewhere. But okay, there's a question there. Is there any other question? I just want to take one round and we sort it. Okay, so we only have one question and we'll close on that note.
We really welcome the consolidation because it's public protector, South Africa, we refer a lot. I just want to check if the other ombuds that fall now within the consolidated structure have deactivated their websites, because we've been going into the site and some of those are still active, and they are not redirecting to this one. I don't know how you are managing that, so that then we are able to guide the complainants that come to us, because since the Public Protector's Office, everybody comes to us and they say protect us, but we then refer those matters. So I see a lot of collaboration where we also want to see matters that we refer, because we've been referring without seeking any form of acknowledgement of a receipt and how you then deal and finalize those matters. Whereas we would want to see of those referrals, how many are dealt with, how many are actually resolved. Secondly, whether you're also looking at the issue of language, because the forms, they are also in English, unless you have actually developed that part, that as we refer most of the complaints, and some of them, they will come in various languages, that the consumers that we refer to your institution can actually look at, and whether you are looking also at expanding to maybe opening regional offices or being accessible, because as some people get discouraged by seeing Rosebank and Cape Town, and whereas we get them from all over. So it's just those in terms of maybe the expansion and the language and deactivation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, there were no other questions. You can respond.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Stand here a second. Just going to say. Thanks. I'm going to hand over to Rihanna, who I think can answer most aspects of those. They are all matters that the Ombud Council is fully supportive of the access, because one of the key focus areas is accessibility of the Ombud system. So just to bear in mind, though, that the two statutory schemes, of course, still remain separate. So the Phase Ombud and the Pension Funds Adjudicators websites are still up and functioning, but Rihanna will explain the handover mechanisms that were put in place for the 4 amalgamated schemes to make sure that people did not find themselves high and dry if they still had the old contact details. I'm just going to use this quick second to profusely apologize for having to run, but I really do have to catch a plane, and thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I can say that at the moment, there's definitely no plan to establish offices anywhere else. I think for the size of the scheme, we are certainly, we're 150 people. We do not envisage opening offices elsewhere. I think it's also very costly. Our experience is that for a complaint, most of the consumers, even if we gave them options to see us physically, it's similar to banking, I think, in a way. They would opt to rather talk to us on the phone or via email and fill in a form and say, here's my complaint, you sort it out from here on. We are available in those two centers. We are doing roadshows, and that we will obviously, especially also with the PFA, they've got quite an active campaign where they go out to communities. And we will, at the moment, we've got 2 people that can go out to communities and do awareness. And also when they're out at communities, take complaints, fill in the form there and then, speak to them, advise people. Over time, we are hoping to expand that. But I think that is probably where we're going to spend our effort in expanding those ad hoc awareness activities and campaigns and roadshows as to opening offices elsewhere in the country. But we want to really be accessible telephonically. And if all else fails, especially there are in banks, for example, in the past, the banking ombudsman had an arrangement that the person could go to their branch. And then from the branch, they could either fill in the form at the branch or phone from the branch telephone, speak to the ombudsman if the person said they had no other way. Because in most centers, there's at least one of these businesses, whether it's a broker, whether it's an insurance company, whether it's a credit provider, microlender, or a bank, any bank branch. And if they can reach us, then the consumers who can reach them should also be able to reach us. Languages, yes, we've got in our call center, we make sure that we've got people that can speak all the languages there. And so if the consumer says they want to converse in a specific language, that we can help them with. At the moment, as you know, the website is in English and the forms are in English. We will expand that, I don't know how soon we will do it in all 11 languages. And then we'll see the usage of that. I don't think it will be too much of a difficulty to just translate our complaint form into all the languages. But telephonically, we can certainly assist everybody. And then the other question about the complaints, I think we need to have a direct engagement about the way every regulator, every other ombuds scheme in the country want a different way of referring matters. You know, whether the NCR, the FSCA, the Ombud Council, the pension fund, everybody wants a different way of interacting with us, what they want to see, how they want to do it. Some have a special email address that we have to use and that they use. So I think we need to just actually have an engagement with the public protector, because yes, we do need to work together to assist those consumers that land in your office, but they actually need to be referred. The website should be working and directing you just to the NFO. If they're not, I haven't checked them recently. Our old email addresses, for the people who used to work in the old organizations, they still work. So I used to have an OBS email address. That email address still works and it just gets to the NFO. But the website should actually still be just open, not open up, but just direct somebody straight away to the NFO. And if it's not, I'm actually meeting with the PR people tomorrow. And we'll just make sure that it's, you know, sort of reestablished. Because I think for another year or two, people need to be able to find that website and then immediately get redirected. But we must please have an engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. Yeah, that was sweet and short. I'm sure most of us didn't know about that. I must say I'm very proud of you. During lunch gossip, we thought most of you will be gone by now. But you are still here, highly committed. That's highly appreciated. The next topic is very close to my heart and mind. It's about how we can leverage media partnership in ensuring compliance and good governance. And I'm going to introduce you to someone who has done a lot in terms of the news independent transformation and objectivity in this country. She has worked. What you see in terms of the quality of the news of ENCA is attributed to him. What you see in terms of the quality of the news at the SABC is attributed to her. I have a story, by the way, that I have not told her. There was a time when we were at the SABC and then she was my boss. So we got into the same lift and she was so beautiful on that day. Extremely well dressed, beautiful, superb perfume. And there I was, my male issues. And I wanted to say, you are dressed so well, you are so beautiful today. But because she's my boss, I couldn't say that. So when they talk about dying from within, I experienced it on that day. Miss Patty Somakupen, you have the next 10 minutes. So I confessed.
You are so out of order. Thank you, Toby, for that. I think it's something that we need to resolve. Yeah. Now I know why you wanted to have coffee. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm glad that I am the last person to speak when almost everyone is gone. Because it was meant to be a session on the side, and in fact we had planned to have a conversation, not a presentation. And yeah, now I find myself here, and I'm scared of all of you. I think mine is very brief because I'm not going to talk about the organization that I represent here, being the Press Council. I am going to talk about how the governance and oversight ecosystem can leverage partnership with the media to do its work. So mine is very practical, it's practical interventions on what should be considered. And it doesn't only apply to the oversight system, it cuts across government spheres, even in business, if there were to be business people in this room, because sometimes we think that there's hostility between the media and other entities, and yet it is not the case. It's just that we do our work in the manner that people do not understand what our principles are as a media. So firstly, just briefly on the Press Council. Press Council is a co-regulatory mechanism. We call it co-regulatory instead of self-regulatory because that's how it started, but we ended up with public representatives in the Press Council to the extent that people are there representing the interests of the public who are not necessarily members of the media. So we have that kind of setup, and it is chaired by a retired judge, Fitzbrandt, and we have Judge Bernard Mwepe, who chairs the appeals panel. So you can tell how the media is regulated in South Africa. And in fact, even the agencies themselves do think that the media is over-regulated in the country. But it works for the public. Because part of the system includes the Public Broadcasting Complaints Commission, which deals with the broadcasting sector, your audio. We no longer talk radio and television. We talk about audio and audiovisual systems. Similarly with print, we no longer talk newspapers. We talk text, offline and online. Newspapers being the offline version, and then digital platforms being the online version. And that's how the industry is transformed. But unfortunately, the regulatory mechanism in the entire system has not transformed to reflect the changes in the media landscape. We still, in fact, we have archaic regulations now that do not assist even the media to do its work. So we literally overtake what is in the regulatory space and look at what needs to be done. So the entire system requires a complete overhaul, but we still do our work as the media. So the Press Council has about 404 publications as members. And this is now just text, online and offline. I'm not talking about broadcasting, broadcast platforms. So with these members that the Press Council has, but as you would realize, press is from the old time when it was still press, and that has to change as well, even the name of the council. It's got to be something else. So with the judges that we have in the system that deal with adjudication and all the needs that need to be dealt with during the complaints processes, when there are transgressions, so the press ombuds sanctions include fines, public apologies, or expulsion. We've just expelled a member, one of our biggest members. And we take our job seriously because it has to do with the ethics of the sector. So one member that's tainted taints the entire system. So it's contagion. So you're not going to report about 10 twins or babies that never existed and you think that we're going to let you go. But the expulsion related to something else, because even when sanctions have been issued, some of our members tend to defy the sanctions. It was on the basis of defiance that this one has been expelled. And that's how serious we take our work. So as we know, the media plays a critical role in democracies, and as such, it provides an early warning system, which is important for oversight bodies, because the media is always on the ground and it's the first to pick up problems when they arise. And where we have had like big stories that became examples of what I'm talking about, the state capture inquiry, it came through the media. These are stories that were broken by the media. Similarly to the landing of the Gupta plane in Vaterkloof, it was the media that spotted that plane and reported on it. So most of what the media does should concern the entire oversight system. So how do we then utilize the media as a partner strategically to fulfill our responsibilities? Because we're also part of the oversight system as the Press Council. The first one is to raise awareness over the oversight system. It could be the entire system, or it could be the individual entities within the system. By working with media outlets to educate the public about the different mandates of oversight bodies, their powers, and the processes they follow when they do their work. We assume that the public knows what the public protector does. It's not the case. Because at times you get to hear members of the public, including journalists in some of the cases, wondering why the public protector is not getting people arrested, because they don't understand the mandate of the office. Similarly, with the AG's office, they would say, if you know that there are all these transgressions or behavior that doesn't assist the accounting system where municipalities are concerned, why are these people not being arrested? That is not the function of the AG's office. So it's important to rely on the media and get the media to assist you to tell the public about the functions of the bodies that are entrusted with oversight work. Similarly, we need to promote transparency and accountability. Again, in this case, you would use media platforms to share findings on the work that you do as oversight bodies, the reports that you produce, and recommendations that actually enhance transparency and accountability. And the deficiency that we have observed as a media is that, one, reports are shared on the day they get announced. We have no time to read those things on the day. So we rely on what you say, we run headlines, we move on, there's a new story tomorrow. And you wonder why there's no substantive coverage in the reports that you produce, because we have no time to engage with them. And something that usually assists State of Nation address, it's shared in advance. They are trusted editors within the SANEF. There's something called embargo, when you know that you're going to entrust editors reports or speeches, they know that they can't be released until a certain point when they are delivered. That's how nice. By the time the president reads the stage, we know exactly what's in it because we've seen it. So our broadcasts are actually geared towards how he's going to read it, because we have already created particular broadcasts. We've already created the strips of what he's going to say, because they're already in the scripts that would have been given. And nothing stops the oversight bodies to do the same. Share the information. We observe embargoes. Similarly with budget speech, in fact, there's even something called a lock-up room for all reporters who deal with business and finance issues. So the Minister of Finance would call reporters, and it's a standard thing when the budget speech is to be delivered. They get into a lock-up room, and the minister would brief reporters, and they will ask questions. By the time it's delivered, they know exactly what's in that speech, and they know what questions they are going to ask. So it does assist when the information is shared in advance. Similarly with metric results, when you see headlines, we saw them yesterday. We know exactly how the provinces have performed, but we pretend like you that we are shocked or excited. So it does help with the depth and the breadth in the reporting of the information that we share with the media, because in fact, what usually helps, we love stories, and I liked what was done here with the storytelling, we call them STDs, storytelling devices, that were used as anecdotes and parables. Sometimes, for instance, if the public protector is to release a report, and you know it takes just one case in the reports that you're going to release to find the person who either lodged the complaint or the person impacted by the story. I can tell you, journalists will go with that story because we relate to stories that are relatable, and we relate to stories that have people in them. So the media would latch onto that story because that's how we tell our stories. But if you're going to give us a dry report, we'll take the headline and move on tomorrow. There's something else that's happening. We follow a service delivery protest and we've forgotten about yours. So it's important to have that in mind when you release reports, that it does help to empower us by releasing the report in advance, embargo it, and actually you're right, the embargo that it will be released at this time on this day. No journalist is going to release that. No one, because that's how we work. It's part of our ethics. The third one is driving public engagement. Partner with the media to run campaigns, encouraging citizens to report grievances or share their experiences with public services. This increases public participation, something that we've observed with, I always go back to e-tolls, and we would be told that, no, remember, there were public hearings. We were excited about the World Cup that was coming. The public didn't care about public hearings at that time. And things happened, e-tolls were there, and then when we being asked to pay, it's like, no, you never told us that we were going to pay. No, it was part of the public hearings. But because the public does not necessarily participate comprehensively in these exercises, and the media, because even bodies that are responsible for that do not bring the media to the conversation to ensure that people are brought into the rooms where the public hearings are going to take place, it doesn't happen. So it's important to ensure that if you're going to have, let's say Parliament is going to have hearings on land restoration matters, engage with the media. One, get the media to understand why this thing is being done so that the media can convince the public about why it's important to participate in the process. It's in their interest. So it's important to do that. Amplifying reach, make information available in African languages or indigenous languages. It's a huge problem that newsrooms are dealing with. Information comes in English. It was worse at the height of a health emergency in the country. All addresses were delivered in English. Who are you talking to? COVID. Who are you talking to in English when the rest of the country, or the majority of the people in the country, are speaking African languages? And it's a sensitive and deadly disease that requires to be communicated in the languages people understand so that they take precautionary measures. But all the messaging is in English. Newsrooms do not have translators. And I can tell you, having worked at the SABC, where you have all the 11 official languages or more now with sign language and others, what you see in the 7 o'clock bulletin is translated material. Ask who's translating that material. That person is not a certified translator. That person is not a journalist. That person happens to be someone who speaks the language. So you have a concoction of problems there with what you have. So if you're going to rely on the media to translate your messaging, don't cry tomorrow when it doesn't come across the way you wanted to communicate it. So it does help, and it would help if the government, all the different government spheres and agencies were to work with GCIS, that's one entity that's missing in action, as far as I'm concerned, because this is the entity that's supposed to be assisting government departments to communicate and get the messages translated in African languages such that the public can engage with the content and make the right decisions. Monitor non-compliance. This is something that the media does that would help oversight bodies. If Carte Blanche goes to the Eastern Cape and tells a story about there's a school, it's called Efata. It's a school for the visually impaired. They've been on that story and the conditions in that school. So even when the premier of the province says this thing is going to be resolved, Carte Blanche is going to come back 6 months later to check if anything has been done. And they are going to find that there's still non-compliance. So this is what the media does. We don't walk away from a story until the issue is resolved, to the annoyance of the people who are involved. Okay. So it would help oversight bodies to know if there's been any development in the different areas where problems are. Similarly with cutting edge, in fact, it's called the Eastern Cape province. In fact, Eastern Cape is called the province of cutting edge, because cutting edge is literally camping in that province and telling the stories of service delivery failures in that province until they are resolved. They're not going to walk away. And this is how you deal with non-compliance as media. So it would assist again with the oversight structures and bodies to check what the media is reporting on, to see if your recommendations on compliance are being carried or not carried. And here's another thing that I think the oversight system should pay attention to: advocate for good governance. You hardly see opinion pieces from the heads of the oversight bodies. You hardly see opinion pieces in the media. Yes, they would do interviews, but interviews are short-lived. Yes, with digital platforms now, they have a longer shelf life. But if you were to have that in print, in a newspaper, it would help, because we tend to share newspapers when we see stuff that we care about. And again, media features to promote good governance principles. Write features, get publications to buy into them. We've got our own money, because yeah, when we give you space to write features, then we're going to require some compensation for the space that we're going to give you. Here's something that is not happening. It used to happen. We think that we need to focus on the journalism side of the media, and we forget about how helpful entertainment media could be in oversight. We used to have voter education written into generations, the storylines, into Mubango, and you would see stories that are about social ills, HIV issues, and how people should take care of themselves. They come up in the entertainment. Why aren't we writing our own governance, values, ethics, and all the things that are good that we want to see in the behavior and the conduct of the nation? Why aren't those things written into stories, entertainment stories? Because people process them unconsciously, thinking that they are watching entertainment, and actually they're internalizing the information without it being imposed on them. So it does help. You would have Christmas, in fact, you're gonna see them, Christmas stories being part of storylines in entertainment and soapies. And so why aren't we doing it? Integrating the values that we want to see in the behavior of the nation as part of entertainment. So it would also assist them. Imagine if you had a scene with the government, with a public protector or someone from the public protector's office coming to question something or wanting to question one person who's involved in some dodgy stuff in the soapy. And this is how people internalize information without you imposing it on them. Showcase success stories. We don't really want to do PR for you, no? But where there's warranted need for the media to showcase success stories, it's important to communicate those messages. But again, as I say, bring us the characters in the stories that you've investigated or in the issues that you've investigated, because we engage better when we engage with human beings than with information. So it does assist if you do that. Leveraging media to translate complex issues. We do graphics, we do animation, we do all sorts of things to simplify the information that to provide to the public or in the reports. So we tell the stories in a simpler form because we are about communicating messages things that you may not be able to achieve with the report. So it does help again to share the reports in advance so that on the day that you start announcing what's contained in the report, we've already generated the graphics. We have everything that gives us a visual picture of what's in the report. And again, something that we always fight about with those that we deal with. Respond promptly to media queries. Yes, we know that there's gatekeeping that starts with the Father and the Son and then the Holy Spirit in the process. But please make it easy for us to publish stories because it does help when you have the voices. And at times, I usually say, rather than not responding, you can say your response is a non-response. We are not going to respond to the issue until we have investigated the issue or until we have information or until we understand what's going on. Respond to the media. If the shark is not fed, it feeds itself and it's going to chow you. And that's what happened. That's what happens when you don't give us information. Just a few underexplored areas. Part of community media. People think that big media is the media. Actually, big media is stressed and it's in distress currently if you look at the global economies and the economy of the media. Big corporates in media do not have money. Everybody's struggling. The power of community media is not being explored. We have 178 local publications. I'm not even counting TV and radio in community media. I'm just talking about publications alone. 178 that are part of the Association of Independent Publishers. And there are others that are outside that domain. So please think about using community media because community media is very close to the people. They amplify local voices and they are on the ground. And in fact, they are trusted more than us who are on national platforms because you are down the street. In fact, whatever you say, it's like word of mouth. You get believed more than what you are going to listen to at 7 o'clock. In the evening as a news bulletin. So the power of local media or community media can never be overlooked in the way it assists the oversight system. Facilitating dialogue. We shouldn't be waiting as the oversight system. We shouldn't be waiting until something happens. Incidental messaging does not help the public when something has happened already. Try and be constantly engaging with the public to the extent that it becomes expected that you will communicate not only when reports are released, but whenever you believe that there's a need to engage. Sometimes it's just updates on the work that you're doing without anything concrete that's an outcome. So it's important to always keep yourselves out there. And something that's coming, and I said this, we had a meeting about 2 weeks back with UNESCO. And they have come up with a project called, it's a campaign, Social Media for Peace, and it's about building resilient democracies and resilient nations, if you look at what's happening on social media. It's a brilliant campaign, but it cannot be residing with the media. It should be everywhere in government. When I suggested that it should be taken to schools, I mean, what does life orientation teach if it's not going to integrate digital media literacy? Because that's where our risk in terms of democratic stability resides. So if we don't take on that project as the different entities and making sure that social media for peace is a national campaign, it's going to become a problem because you have all these deviants and all these characters around social media harassing people, bullying people, and all the things that we are seeing now on social media and the digital harassment and digital violence. The one thing which is second last, institutional voids in the usage of AI tools. I've been listening to several speakers about leveraging the power of digital technologies and AI. The fact that we still do not have a national framework that guides ethical application of AI tools is a problem. And we've picked that as a problem, particularly in the media, because you are seeing newsrooms, different journalists producing stories using AI tools without disclosing to editors. Can you imagine in your different departments, you are receiving a report from an employee. You don't know how that report was compiled because nothing in your system, there's no policy that says you cannot use AI for this purpose. You can use it for routine work in this manner. That doesn't exist. You're probably sitting with reports that are coming from employees that are generated using AI tools because there's nothing that regulates the application of AI tools. So the fact that we still have an institutional void on something that is this dangerous but helpful is a problem. And the last one is monitoring social media. Social media is the media. In fact, most conversations about what the nation is about are happening on social media. We need a central system, even if it's housed within the GCIS system, because GCIS should have the capacity to serve all departments. They should have a media monitoring tool that looks for all information that relates to specific bodies, specific departments on any day. In fact, it should be a daily report that comes out of GCIS, one unit that monitors the media for the entire system, including social media, because there's a lot that's happening on social media that has to do with, it's either misrepresentations of government work or oversight work, or misunderstandings, which is misinformation that's coming out of that system. And information disorders are a huge problem. They are a huge problem. So we need something like a rapid response that's properly coordinated where social media is concerned. And this should be a concern of everyone and not just the oversight system. Lastly, we need public media literacy campaigns. The fact that people are on social media doesn't mean that they understand social media. They do not understand the implications, and it's something that I've always said to journalists when I was still in the newsroom. The fact that the law says you want to interview a child for a story, and it's a sensitive issue, it could be sexual harassment, it could be anything that's sensitive that requires parental consent. You go to the school, the teacher says, speak to the parent says, yes, you can interview my child. That is a problem. Do you know where it's a problem? We know the literacy levels in the country, particularly media literacy levels in the country. Our parents do not understand the impact of allowing your child to be interviewed by a media house, because that information, 20 years down the line, it's going to be sitting on digital platforms. So these are the things that we need to do. We need a campaign around the use of media literacy, the digital platforms, so that we need to raise the level of awareness and the level of understanding of how these platforms work. So I'm going to leave it there. There's other stuff, but I'm going to leave it there. I just thought that I needed to highlight what can be done to partner with the media to ensure that the oversight system is able to do its work in a manner that's effective. Thank you.
So I just got a WhatsApp message about 5 minutes ago that I let go past the time allocated. So yeah. So there's one news item I always find fascinating. There was this story, Patricia, of a tourist who was mauled by a shark at Camps Bay. And the journalist at the end said the police are investigating. And I'm wondering, is this guy going into the sea and interview the shark? It's a very common story when someone is chopped by a shark. Okay, no, thanks very much for that insight. I think it was a learning for most of us. So I'm going to open for questions. There was a point that President Mbeki once made. he said that the media always looks for that which is missing. And then he says, if government says it's going to build the 3 bridges by December, and it builds 2, and the 3/4 of the bridge, for the media, the story is government fails to meet its commitment. Perhaps it's true. Comments, questions? Okay, I see 2 hands at the front. I need about 2 more and we close on this matter. But I have to protect her. Any more questions? One, okay. So we're going to start here. PP, you'll be the second, third, and then Professor Makai. In that order. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Patisa. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I'm coming from the background of Treasury, whereby media used to hound us. I'm not used going to media wanting to be seen, because when you are from Treasury, media wants you, so it was free. So now you are a tax ombud, your budget is so small. Our budget is 56 million for 40 people, so small. So the problem that we are having as oversight entities is budget. That is the problem. Would love to do those, but the problem is budget. And secondly, I like the issue of going to community radio stations, because when we were Treasury doing the sanitary towels, we were asked, which radio station did you go to? We'd say, we're interviewed by Power FM, and then they said, those are clever blacks. Did you go to Alex FM? So at least up from that perspective, there is an understanding of community radio. But how can you as press council assist the oversight entities when there is no budget? Because you should be talking to your members to say that if a public protector, or if maybe the tax ombuds, because now you are doing a tax ID fraud, e-profile hijacking, which is a big thing, which is affecting everyone. So, but we do not have money to go to all the media houses because it is expensive. Even when we do our campaign, and you find out that they'll be running only with SARS because SARS is bigger, but they do not think of the entity that is doing oversight on SARS. Thanks.
Thank you. Advocate Galega.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very, very interesting, quite insightful, and I'm really happy that you do enforce ethics measures, you know, because we became a victim as the public protector. We had to spend our limited resources investigating the 10 babies because the media had published that, and the same media had lodged a complaint with the public protector and put pressure, you know. But I guess it's where the public protector was supposed to show its independence and not investigate. But I think for me, we have had quite a good working relationship with the media, and I must really commend that during my tenure. And what I've found useful is opening up the communication channels. And we actually did the lockup when we were releasing the Phala Phala report. And obviously with criticism, but at least the reporting was accurate, and that really assists, you know. But obviously the media would come because it's Phala Phala report. For me, where I would want to have something like that is when it's not a Phala Phala report, but it's an impactful report that doesn't necessarily involve a high profile figure, but that is really going to impact the lives of communities. So in instances like those, yes, when we do our press briefings, the media comes, but the focus is really not the same. So for me really is, how do we enhance that focus? Part of what I had proposed to our comms team is that we do, I don't know what it's called in the animation world, but releasing a report, but simplifying it, not having the whole booklet or whatever report, but have it in a form that it's a easy go through, easily understandable, and then the story can run. So my second question is there a debate in the media to actually regulate social media? Because education is not enough. Because it's not everybody who's on social media who doesn't know what it's about. There are those who actually abuse it, who know exactly what it's about, and would even use handles that don't reflect who they are. Now, issues like your harassment act, for instance, would not apply because that person is actually a fictitious person, you know? Now, how do you, I think we really need progress in terms of some prescript to regulate that and actually effect the harassment act in that space, because currently it's very difficult to effect. Then my final one really is on, we pick up a lot of investigations from the media, but there are those that we struggle to follow up on because it's just aired once, and when you follow up with the editor or even the presenter or the journalist who would have written the story, you don't get much. We would really like to have a relationship with the media where they collect as much information so that when we make follow-up, or we have some referral protocol where they can actually refer those matters to us. I mean, what comes to mind, and this matter really gives me sleepless nights, and I asked Kulu to follow up on it, and he just couldn't get much information, is of a grandmother in the Eastern Cape who lives with 2 toddlers whose mother, I think, had passed away in a dilapidated house. The house is actually sealed with plastics. And I really wanted to follow up on that matter and see how we can assist as the public protector, but we couldn't get much information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there was yes, another hand at that side.
No, thank you very much. I think PP has covered me on the issues of unethical press conduct. But let me just ask it in straightforward. What is the council doing in relation to the biasness of the media in general? I don't necessarily hold a view, or maybe let me put it this way, I reserve my opinion on the issue, but I would love to hear what's your comment on that. Thank you.
So you are not sharing your opinion and you need a response to the unshared opinion. I'm trying to get that. Okay. Professor Makanya?
I'm just thinking about the complexity of communication, because in many instances you find that if you don't have that level of training in communication, you take it for granted, you know, and what you say is the complete opposite of what we had intended to communicate. So the question is, how do you get to a point where you can communicate the right message? I think I like this idea that you've shared with us of saying it's important, you know, to make the report available to yourselves, because you have a way of interrogating the report to assist, you know, us to be in a position to communicate the right kind of message, you know, because I think if we fail at that level, we sit in a situation where our reports really are neither here nor there, even if they have a substance. You know, I mean, I've been trying to understand some of the things that have happened, you know, in our country, when you look at some of the challenges that have confronted us, particularly when it comes to corruption, you find that oversight bodies had actually been also involved in providing information in terms of their recommendations of those reports that could have prevented those things from happening. And then you find that at the time when the crisis has hit us, we then turn around and say, but why didn't they do anything about our reports? But the reports were there gathering dust. So there's a problem of decoding the material. So if the media can assist us in that area, I think we shall have won. And then secondly, this area of translations. I mean, I'm actually haunted by what you've indicated, that you simply get people who translate English, into these African languages. Why I'm saying that is because I've heard some of these experts in African languages, saying, forget about what you've heard. That word is wrong. Now you say, but if you say that word is wrong, how do I know that? But you find that it's only people who are experts in languages. The languages that we speak are really diluted, if I can put it that way. But people who speak languages, in their real context, will tell you that, no, this language is highly diluted. How do we get to a point where we can present these news that we are communicating, in an authentic kind of manner? Because if we can get at that level, at least we will help even those that we are communicating to take us seriously. Thank you.
Okay, so those are the comments and questions that I have one. I have 10, but I'll ask one. Has this phenomena by government departments of recruiting journalists to be communicators helped the situation anyway? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the last one because it's an area that I'm passionate about. I'm coming from a background of African languages in the academic. The biggest problem, in fact, I'm going to link it to the comment that Ms. just made. We've always thought that by hiring journalists, the government departments and agencies would be able to have the right levels of communication, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And we are wondering why. The difference is that a journalist is not a PR specialist. You need PR specialists in those roles, not journalists. Journalists will give you access to the media houses, but they don't know what and how to communicate with the media houses, particularly where the messaging is concerned. I've seen PR statements that are coming from that discipline, literally written as a news story. And do you know what happens? Newsrooms will run those because they're easy. They are already written as a news story, but it's a statement, one page. But if you're going to rely on getting this journalist who is a spokesperson in the office or something that has to do with media liaison, calling media houses for either an interview or a press briefing. In fact, what we tend to do in newsrooms, when we see something that says there's a press briefing, we want to know what it's about so that we decide if we're going to go or not. So if you don't foreground your messaging by putting it in a manner that's going to make it sensible to the newsrooms to actually go and cover the story, no one is going to show up. Or even when they've shown up, you've not sold the story to them. So there's a different way that the entities need to communicate in a manner that is appealing to the journalism space. And most of the time, it's going to be PR releases that work better than the information that's coming from the entities. So there's a different way that needs that's required to handle the communication. But on the part that I'm saying it's something that I'm passionate about, it's on the languages. one of the biggest problems that we have where African languages are concerned, and it's something that I raised in one session where I was sitting with the Pan African Language Board, that as a country, we, up until now, we haven't managed to intellectualize African languages. As a result, their communicative power across spheres remains at like conversational level. It's not where it should be. In fact, I don't think that any attempt has been made to actually intellectualize African languages. So that's one of the biggest problems that we find in the quality of the translations that we see. And I think the fundamental problem is because the base medium for journalism training remains English. In a country that has 11 official languages, all journalists are trained in English, but they are supposed to be reporting for different languages. So you are going to see this thing across. And in fact, we have seen how the quality of the language across the radio stations where you have specialities in terms of linguistic communities, how the quality has degraded across languages. And one could blame the schooling system because I think something has happened there. Because by the time they leave school and they go to varsities, there is no appetite to actually take African languages at that level. Because the perception is that they are not economically efficient. There's nothing you're going to do with them. So there is a fundamental problem where the languages are concerned. I think on the issue of bias, so I'm taking the questions as they came, but from the bottom. The issue of bias, I think one of the challenges that the Press Council would have in saying how it's dealing with biases, the Press Council relies on complaints that are recorded or lodged with it, in the same way the public protector and other agencies do. We don't proactively go out there because it could be interpreted as witch hunting. So we rely on what's reported. Even if you see someone saying 10 babies have been born in some place, you can't go and investigate on the basis of the story that you have seen. Someone must report before you investigate. So that's where the problem lies. And something that I tend to pay attention to where bias is concerned. This is now generally, you have technical biases that arise as a result of resource constraints. I'm unable to deploy a reporter to go and cover this story because there's no camera if it's a broadcaster, or there's no reporter to go and cover the story. It's usually that. It's a technical bias, but it's a bias because I didn't cover your story. And in some of the cases, then you have issues of substantive biases where there's a decision by the editor or the journalist to just not tell the story or tell a skewed story in a way that doesn't balance the voices in the story. That's a different one. But they do happen in newsrooms, and it's something that, again, we rely on the people who must go and report the biases before we can do anything about them. So you can't jump onto an investigation when no one has reported it. The issues that are raised by the PP, the follow-ups and lack of information or inadequate information to actually do follow-ups on anything that would have been reported by the media. I think it's about building relationships. I mean, reporters actually get excited when their stories trigger action from any sector in the government system. In fact, they go to town, you see how they get excited in the newsrooms when even a business has offered to support someone who was in the story and in need of something. They get excited over that actually my story has had an impact. So it's more about building relationships and making sure that you have access to the person who actually told the story, so that they give you a lead to whoever is there. The one issue around the fact that the big media, and I always go back to the big media, that you release a report, but no one really pays attention to it or shows up to actually report on whatever is being released. It's the tendency to look at the big media. If I know that that report has to do with something that happened at Ofimbaba or Eseshego, as the big media, I'm going to prioritize something else that's happening in Stilfontein. It's the community media because those are the people impacted and those are the people who were affected in this story that ended up being investigated by the office. So we need to use and utilize the power of community media because that's where your impact is going to be, not big media. Because the big media is going to say you released a report and they will gloss over the stories. But community media is actually going to go to the ground and say, this community, this is what has happened. This is what the PP says, and this is what is being recommended as an intervention. So we actually need to start tapping onto the power of community media. The regulation of social media, it's something that the media has been calling on for a while now. If you are going to hear any editor that's going to stand up and speak about social media, you are going to hear regulation of social media. And the predicament that we face is that you've got to balance freedom of expression, which is section 16(1) in the Constitution, because it says everyone has the right to freedom of expression, which is to access information and impart information. So you've got to balance the rights of the people on social media harassing you against yours as a person whose dignity is being torn apart by these people. So there's always that because there are no regulations in place. I do think that, and in fact, we were saying during elections, social media becomes the frontier for democratic contestation, but there's no regulation. Whereas radio is regulated in terms of how they report on politics and TV is regulated, online platforms are not regulated. And it's a huge problem. In fact, it's a risk to any stability of any democracy. It is a huge risk. Social media is a huge risk. And we're not paying attention to it. So greatly appreciate if the oversight system were to actually take up the fight for us because we've been calling for it. But it is not happening. And in fact, you find yourself being harassed by the same people who are supposed to protect you online, the same politicians who are supposed to be advocating for safety of journalists online are the ones who are harassing journalists online. So it is a big problem. On the matter of budget constraints, which was the first question, not everything must be paid for to be in news. In fact, nothing should be paid for to be in news because the news media is about public interest content, which is what we are talking about. And in fact, if you look at the regulations by both the Press Council, which is the press code, and ICASA, because ICASA is a licensing authority, has its own regulations that apply to the media, particularly where advertising and sponsorship of news is concerned. In fact, sponsoring of news on television is prohibited. So you've got to run the stories without the intention to make money. Because and in fact, what ICASA says is we are protecting the public from commercially contaminated content. So if you have a good relationship with the media, the stories will be covered because not everything has to be paid for, even though we are really struggling in terms of sustainability as the media, but there are stories that just cannot be sponsored because it's restricted by regulations, and at times it's about protecting our editorial independence from commercial contamination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, definitely. Okay, so we are going to have about 6 minutes of reflections from yesterday to today. This one is open, but I'll only take one round because I think what one is likely to say, 10 more people are likely to agree with that. So I can start by saying one of my observations was that if we're going to do a proper state capacity, we need a full ecosystem. From the moment we plan to the moment we talk impact, which includes oversight and compliance and impact. And that all these stages require some form of methodological rigor thoroughness, and that we must have evidence. So I think that came up quite strongly between yesterday and today. But also, PP, I think it was clear that for the longest of time, we have been thinking of state capacity building as a human resource issue in terms of training and not a holistic set of the ecosystem. And I think yesterday and today, it highlighted the various stages, and that state capacity building is not limited to human resource, HR issues, but it's also about how the state itself is organized structurally in terms of governance, in terms of processes and systems, and to the eventual impact. So I was very happy when we spoke about trust between state and citizens, because that trust will only come through appropriate service delivery. If you don't deliver, I don't care how much you dance on the table. Umshini wako won't help. You, you have to deliver quality services, and that will make the state to be appreciated. So I think all of these issues for me, they came through. I think there's one issue that slightly came through today, which I think for me is very important. I forgot who was that who spoke about issues of resilience. The Office of the Public Protector is one of those institutions that has to have a very strong sense of resilience, because it is also partly a highly politically contested institution. And it's very easy that if it makes particular findings, the parties on the other side of the spectrum might accuse the office of favoritism. So the question is, how do you build that resilience of that particular office or any other institution of oversight practice? But the same applies to bureaucracy. One of the things I realized, Professor Makani, is how, with the conclusion of the elections and when they were building the GNU, most DGs, they knew the meaning of constitutionalism, because suddenly they were conscious of their rights, what the law says about their positions, and whether a new minister, what does the new minister has powers to do against me or not when he or she. So the law, suddenly we became experts, self-inspired though. So these issues of resilience, which means autonomy, strong institutions, and the law are very key. And I think that applies to oversight bodies as well, this issue of resilience. So perhaps in the next conference, we should have some discussions around that. Okay, I try to, any other person who wants to reflect, Pumeza? So I suppose I spoke for almost everyone.
Thank you, Chairperson. For me, my biggest take home is the hunger for collaboration that I saw cutting across, that there's been a vacuum. I got the sense that there's been a vacuum in terms of us meeting and same paging and sharing notes. And I think it came across, and there was a lot of appetite for sharing of information that I think it will benefit us going forward. And of course, the issue of rather than just looking at the clean audit, the impact-driven base kind of mechanisms and principles, and embedded in that, the issues of humility, Ubuntu, and how we make sure that whatever we do, as we build our ethics, whatever we do, we must have the next person in mind. I think that also was my take home. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
But you
Program
can
Director.
speak when you are next on the agenda.
No, I just want to share my take home.
Okay.
My take home was something that has always bothered me. and it was raised, I think, by Madam Speaker, Matidiza, well as Professor Kanye. The issue regarding at what stage are we going to bring our communities on board? At what stage are we going to say you have these rights, but at the same time, you also have these obligations? Because, you know, some of the investigations that we conduct as public protector indicates that it doesn't matter what happens in government, the problem will still be there because of the conduct of some of the communities. So I think the issue that Professor Makanya raised of us delegating everything to government as individuals, including the parenting, our parenting responsibilities. For me, that's a serious take home, and I've decided that I'm going to spread it even because I have family members who delegate their responsibilities to me and government. So I need to share this with them to say you cannot delegate your responsibilities, but you have to take responsibilities. Much as you have a right, your child has a right to be at school, you also have a right to make sure that your child does their homework, because otherwise it becomes a problem, because you just go to school and there's no support at home that encourages you to do your homeworks, do everything, because the parents just delegate to the teachers at school. So for me, that was an eye-opener.
Thank you. In fact, the first version, when we conceptualized this conference, one of the inputs we needed was from a representative of community-based organizations, to have it from the grassroots in terms of their expectation of oversight bodies, because that speaks to also issues of accessibility. So perhaps in the next conference in Mauritius, sponsored by the EU, and everyone who attended here, we should include community-based organizations. So one of the practical difficulties of this relationship with schools is that, take my daughter, for example, who does 8 subjects, and I'm an expert on none. And all the teachers, they delegate to me, and they only teach one subject. So the history teacher wants me to help, the maths teacher wants me to help. So I'm not sure at what point am I helping. And if I have 10 children, it means I need 10 hours, because I need an hour with each child. By the time I'm done with child 2, child 4 is sleeping. So I take the point. I'm just saying there are practical issues that we must consider. Any other last thought, reflection? And some parents actually end up doing homework for their kids, which is very wrong. Google for your children. You are supposed to build their reflective capacity, not to do things for them. And those of us who grew up in rural areas were told to go and study. That's it. And then I would lie that the candle is burnt, it's done. So we must avoid doing things. Okay, I'm taking the last one. I can take 2. Let's start there and end there if there's no other. And you can come through to do the, yeah. Where do I start? Yes, let me start there, yes.
Thank you very much, Public Protector and the fellow members. I'm the Admiral from the SA Navy, Department of Defense. I would like to thank the Public Protector and the DPCSA on these information sharing platforms. It helped some of us in our department because we might not have resources to host such a gatherings. So bringing this kind of event to share information, it helps us so that we can also improve our own systems, in particular the internal controls. So going back into the department, I think we're going to improve much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Program Director. It's Uwen Samudiseye from DPSA. I think for me, it's just from a digitization perspective of the public service. What stands out for me is the issue on access to administrative justice. How justice is achieved through delivery of services. I think it's critical that we must strive to make access easier for everyone, cutting across the length and breadth of the country. But also the concept on administrative centeredness versus citizen centeredness. Now, the syndrome of we know what they need, it's extremely problematic within the public service. We must learn to be inclusive and we must extensively consult with the citizens of the country. But also it's critical that we put citizens first in whatever we are doing and not think for them, but involve them fully within what we are doing. But also, my leader, I think maybe just on what we think needs to be done with regards to this digitization issue, it's important to use many languages to ensure access. And I don't want to stress much on it because some of the speakers have really went at length in terms of speaking to the language issue, but also this issue that the administrative arm within the country is still at the level of English, highly so. It's also problematic. And then the last thing that I want to indicate, my leader, is that I think it's important that citizen-centeredness administration should be looked at all levels of government, but also importantly to ensure that the system is effective for citizens and not only for the administrators. And last but not least, I think it's important that we must digitize for the people and not for the institutions only. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Yeah, I think that's the last roof-shattering point.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm just going to be very brief. I'm from the Working Association of Public Accounts. We represent all the public accounts across the country. Just three things that we want to know. Well, we must start by appreciating the decision to invite us to this conference. We've really gained a lot. And we will immediately apply what we've learned from this conference in our work in different public accounts committees. And also to indicate that it's quite clear that there's nobody who can effectively perform without involving the next institution. So it's clear from the discussions here. But the second thing that's quite important is also that whatever we do, if we don't centralize the ethics to what we are doing, then it will not have any meaning. Okay, so at least these are the two important things that we're picking up from this particular conference. And so once again, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
So I must tell you that one of the challenges was that we had at the beginning was how to draw a synergy out of all these different institutions that we want to bring on board. So we had to find a specific theme. And it took us several nights and months and days, and we settled for the oversight. So constantly it was oversight, oversight, oversight. Then compliance followed. And I think from here we look at impact as well, which is also key. Okay, so I think on that score, we are done with that session. So I'm going to, should I say Dr. Sibanyo? If you belong to that church, you can say, I receive.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I see there's still one protocol left in the front seat here. She's the only protocol left. But good afternoon to all of you. And firstly, I want to appreciate the support that we receive for this conference as a public protector, South Africa. We really were worried that we might not get the level, the attendance that we received. It was very alarming. I must say it was very good, and we really appreciate that. We want to appreciate our sponsor as well, the European Union. So mine is easy, but I'm going to request Advocate Nkabinde to come and join me because, you know, once you do declarations, you need advocates. So I need Advocate Nkabinde as my co-partner to come and join me on stage here. But over the last 2 days, colleagues, we went through a number of steps. First, we came here with an intention to share information. We wanted to share experiences. We had a few people like DPSA bragging about what they're doing and everybody else sharing their knowledge. And it was really, really empowering. It was a very good 2 days, time well spent, I must say. We've made friends. We partied together last night, those who partied. So we made new partnerships as well. And I want to believe that we will continue with the partnerships because they are all geared at making sure that we improve the capacity of the institutions that we have an oversight role over. So in that regard, then we gathered here, then we did everything that we do. Now, but the information, even now, the comments that have been coming forth indicates that we all are we've sort of reached that synergy. We all agree on what needs to be done to take this process forward. Because this was just not a talk show. It was just not an outing for us from our offices, but we came here because we needed to agree on certain things. And those agreements have been then reduced to writing. And that's why I call Advocate Nkabinde, because at some point, we're going to take an affirmation as a collective to say, this is what we commit to doing as the collective that's gathered here, not PPSA and DPSA and the European Union only, but all the participants in this panel, because we came to this document because of your contributions, because of the contributions of different speakers that came, your participation in the commissions, which is really appreciated, all resulted in the production of this document. And I'm going to take you through this conference declaration as it has been put together by, and to just thank the moderators as well for putting this together for us. And I'm going to take you through, after I've taken you through the declaration, Advocate Nkabinde will come and then we'll explain the process forward in terms of how then do we adopt this as conference. So it reads, it's conference declaration, the role of oversight and compliance bodies in state capacity building, 19th November 2024. Starting with a preamble that says, recognizing the critical role that oversight and compliance bodies play in strengthening the abilities, the ability of the government institutions to effectively and efficiently deliver on their functions. This includes promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical governance. We, the participants of this conference, commit to the following principles and actions to enhance good governance and state capacity in our respective sectors and communities. The first resolution is around strengthening oversight mechanisms, and it reads, we commit to strengthening oversight mechanisms to ensure that they are effective, independent, and responsive to the needs of the citizens. We will support the development and implementation of robust policies and procedures that enhance oversight and compliance. We will encourage the establishment of independent monitoring bodies that track the delivery of services, identify inefficiencies, and hold public institutions accountable. We pledge to a transformation of institutions and governance systems that optimally make use of resources, including technological advances, and support data-driven decision-making. The second resolution is around ensuring ethical leadership and good governance. We pledge to ensure that every decision we make is guided by strong ethical principles, to lead by example and consider the long-term impacts of our decisions on society and future generations. We will prioritize the needs and well-being of the public over personal gain or political expediency. We will promote both Batupele principles and leadership philosophy of Ubuntu. We will further prioritize the well-being of those placed on the front lines to support and execute the mandates of our respective institutions, as well as lead with empathy and compassion. The third resolution is around strengthening democratic institutions. We pledge to support and engage in vigorous oversight of public institutions, ensuring that they operate in the best interest of the public and adhere to the principles of justice, equality, and transparency. We shall advocate for independent institutions that hold government to account. We will promote reforms that strengthen the independence, integrity, and effectiveness of institutions supporting constitutional democracy. We endeavor to eliminate institutional weaknesses as part of our anti-corruption efforts. We will prioritize initiatives that seek to professionalize our institutions to attain employees who are committed to rendering excellent services. The fourth resolution is around commitment to transparency and accountability. We pledge to uphold the highest standard of transparency and accountability in all our operations and interactions. We commit to leading ethically and with integrity, and we will promote ethical leadership in all our dealings with our stakeholders. The fifth is around supporting capacity building. We pledge to support capacity building initiatives that enhance the skills and knowledge of individuals and institutions involved in oversight and compliance. We will invest in training and development to ensure that oversight bodies are professionalized and equipped to perform their roles effectively. The last one is on addressing corruption and maladministration. We pledge to take a firm stand against corruption and maladministration, implementing measures to prevent, detect, and address such issues. We pledge to establish initiatives aimed at taking a more proactive stance to rooting out corruption as opposed to focusing only on reactive measures. That is the last part of our resolution. I'm going to ask Advocate Nkabinde to take you through the affirmation as a legal practitioner.
I can see there. I think I can still see. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a way of threatening everyone. In case we forget about the commitments, the discussions, the resolutions that we have taken today. We were all sent here with the mandate by our respective institutions. Therefore, the affirmation will be binding not only to those who are here in the room, not only to those who have had to leave early, but also to the institutions that we represent for the benefit of people of South Africa. Because we are committing ourselves and we are saying, having gathered here over the past 2 days, having listened, having shared in our experiences and where we can strengthen this constitutional democracy and make sure that we promote and advance good public administration. We therefore affirm. And as I take you through the affirmation, I will request that you raise your right hands. I will also keep mine raised. And for those who want to join in the reading of the actual affirmation, please do so that we out loud commit to what we affirm to today and for the next days to come. It's not the beginning, because it's what we have been doing. We have now enhanced these discussions. We are taking it forward for the legacy of our generations and generations to come, as we have had. So we begin with our affirmation. By adopting this declaration, we affirm our commitment to achieving good governance and building state capacity through effective oversight and compliance bodies.
We recognize that our collective efforts are essential in strengthening institutions, enhancing resources, and harnessing abilities to give effect to our constitutional democracy. And so we do. I want to say, so help us God. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think this is going to be emailed to virtually everyone. Loretta, I'm done. Okay, I think there's been a conspiracy against me here. I was given the last session on day 2 of the conference to facilitate so that I don't leave. But thank you for the trust and confidence, and you have been a great audience. Thank you very much.
You have indeed been an awesome audience. In fact, when we leave here today, you all deserve a bells. It's on me as I quickly get into my car and drive away. Truly exceptional audience. Please give yourselves a round of applause. As we draw the conference to a close, please join me in welcoming back our esteemed public protector, Advocate Koleka Kaleka, who will now share her closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's indeed been a very fruitful 2 days, for me in particular. I think I've learned a lot, I've heard a lot, but I think what stands out for me is the edge for all of us just to want to work together in the transformation of our country. I mean, the democratic project is one without an end date, and it had a beginning and it doesn't have an end. And thus, it's a continuous project that we transform from day to day. I think it's crucial for me to mention this, and I see his younger left. You know, part of why we also emphasized on inviting ombudsman, besides the conversation Dumisani and I had on getting the paper which I deliver in the DPSA conference into a reality, we were just speaking as peers and sharing our experiences, and really being an oversight institution or working in an oversight and accountability institution is a very lonely place. And there's really nobody other than us amongst ourselves who really share the experiences that we share. And we travel across the continent and even across the globe to get best practices and peer reviews and interactions, but we don't do it amongst ourselves. So Yanga then said to me, she doesn't see an institution that's best placed to coordinate these bodies other than the public protector. I then said to her, I don't have the money to do that. But I think really the universe heard her sentiments and really provided that we have this meeting as a start of oversight and accountability bodies in South Africa. But even when we travel through these countries, we've got a South African perspective and we can confidently speak about what we are doing in South Africa and share those experiences. So thank you for that, Yanga. Really, it was out of our ranting of the loneliness of these positions and the work that we do that really encourage that we get ombudsman institutions into this conference. It is very important. I really hope that it is not the last. We've got the benefit of technology, so we don't even have to meet physically. You know, even if it's once a year, we share, we develop more on what we have built. And obviously that doesn't take away from us having bilateral meetings and so forth to enforce this. And to Msani and team, in the drafting team, I hope we're not just gonna share the declaration, but we're gonna share conference resolutions. It shouldn't be a lot of work because the presentations are there. So not a lot of work in my standards is different. So the presentations are already there. Maybe we can give it until first week February to share those resolutions. I know it's year end now. We're all finalizing year end reports and everything. But maybe if by the first week of February, we can actually share these resolutions so that we can also confidently champion for those within our own institutions and says, by the way, we've committed to look into these and how do we incorporate those into our own functioning as these institutions. I really want to thank each and every one of you colleagues, really. I think by just showing up here this past 2 days, as CEO said, I was also very much overwhelmed. You know, everybody's busy. I really wondered, are we gonna get people and are we going to get the right people, but are we going to get the right content? And I think what we got out of this 2 days, for me, it is actually the best content we could have gone anywhere. We couldn't have gone to any other country, and we got it in our own country. So really, the development of our democracy, our work really lies with us and nowhere else. And we have shown that we actually have that muscle. And I don't know if I'm the only one at times who ask themselves, do we have the capacity in South Africa to have the skills? And I think this conference in the past 2 days has actually answered that for me. We've got the best brains in our country, and we saw it in these 2 days, what colleagues actually shared. So let's become that think tank amongst ourselves so that we also empower one another to develop our different sectors and ultimately just develop in respect of our influence on what we can do for our country. Distinctly, I'd like to thank our sponsors, the European Union. I think really it's the vision and the idea that you trusted in and that we could actually deliver on that in line with your own aspirations on how you would want to see things within our country, or rather contribute in the discourse of our democratic project. DPSA, one thing about the DPSA, and probably I should have said it in my opening, is that it is one of the most responsive departments. And I think, as the DG said, with any policy interpretation, because we can't interpret it ourselves, we are investigators. We can't be players and referees at the same time. So we need that expert evidence to put in. They are the first to do so. Where we propose a policy change, they are also the first to implement. And one of those was, whilst we were still investigating the NFCIS matter regarding the non-payment of the fees and ultimately finding graduates not receiving their certificates, when we proposed a policy change, even at discussion level, that rather than asking for actual qualifications in your adverts, let us say proof of qualification, which doesn't have to be a certificate itself.
you jumped at that and immediately implemented. And for that, I really wish to thank you. It is quite progressive. We have to be progressive. We have to be developmental, because indeed some of the red tapes that we put in place are not assisting us in our transformation agenda as a country. They are also not assisting us in attaining equality. So the manner in which really we work, and we really hope that we can adopt that line with most of the state institutions which we work with. One ambition I have, and which I would like partners to think into. Yes, we want to be accessible to the public, we want to educate the public, but what's the root cause of the challenges that we are having? Where does it lie? Who needs more education? Who needs more engagement? For me, we need to get a program wherein all of us here can participate in and reinforce patriotism in the public service. For me, that's a critical stakeholder. The receptionist at the front desk, the clerk who receives those emails and queries from members of the public, to those who must take decisions, not at a senior manager's level, because by the time it comes to senior management, the citizens are already, or members of the public are already much frustrated. So for me I think the next challenge I would pose is, can we put the little resources that we have and have an awareness and educational campaign within the public service to reinforce patriotism? I think the reports we issue go to the senior managers, to the executives, the ministers, but I think we need to get to the surface. We need to make people understand the impact and probably a lifelong and lifetime consequence of their actions and inactions. And I would really challenge this collective that we really look into that. Furthermore, allow me to thank each and every institution represented here, those who attended physically and those who attended online, and even those who just sent messages of support and for one reason or another could not be with us. Thank you, and thank you very much. You've really shown your commitment to working with us, but also your commitment to the development of our country. And lastly, to Public Protector South Africa, thank you, colleagues. You've been amazing. You've been amazing, not just in the 2 days for putting up with me. I know I'm not the easiest of persons. See, I was already clapping. Especially if I have my mind on something and I want to see it as a success. I'm a type A personality. CEO sometimes would say to me, but it doesn't show, nobody would see it. And I said, the fact that I can see it, somebody can see it, you know. But thank you, colleagues. You've really outdone yourselves. But also, we normally investigate state institutions. Now, having the partnership outside of investigations where you must actually have a common mind and work together towards this kind of a cause. It wasn't easy because we're not used to that, but you've pulled it through it and you've made it happen. Thank you very, very, very much. Ours is not just to investigate, but ours is to contribute to changing the discourse and to changing lives of people. And it is engagements like these, which you have put together, that actually further enhances our mandate and our existence as the public protector. And by the way, it is through your work that we were able to pull the muscle that we did for this conference. If colleagues didn't have the confidence in you as an institution, if you had not put in an effort in building rapport, building relationships, and this is what Advocate Madonsela said, they would not have been here. We even had the first public protector of the Republic with us during this conference, which for me shows that he has confidence that this is a legacy which he has left, but at least there's work that is being done to put Public Protector South Africa at the center of building our democracy. I really, really thank you for that. Without your effort, without your commitment, without your support, this would have just been a dream, but you've made it a reality. Thank you very much. Please travel safely home. I know it's late. Please do not speed. And thank you even to your institutions that you've left and not concentrated on the much urgent work for 2 days.